Hi, dear friends. How are you guys today? This is Sophie of sexwithsophie.com here with another episode of Call a Liberal. Your friendly neighborhood liberal here is opening this space, as I do nightly, to call and chat with somebody who perhaps thinks a little differently than you do, and who's interested in bridging gaps between our perhaps disparate ways of thinking. So today I'm just really wanting to extend the invitation. I feel like I get calls, and a lot of times they're actually from people who agree with what I'm saying, and I really appreciate that. And if that's you, you're absolutely welcome to call anytime. But I just want to let it be known that I am encouraging people who are conservative, who voted for Trump, who are MAGA, to give me a buzz because, again, I'm willing to bet money. I'm like, I will pay you money if I'm wrong, but I think that we can actually find how we're on the same page about so much more than you might think. And that includes some of the topics that I have listed above, or if you have anything else that's on your mind that you're thinking there's no way she's gonna like be able to find common ground with me on this. I beg to differ. So let's see how it goes. Give me a call at your convenience at this number. Unfortunately, I'm only about a week and some change into streaming on TikTok, so I don't have multi guest yet. So you will have to call if you want to chat with me. Um, and that was a weird gesture to make. Sorry. Just seeing that. Oh God. Okay. So, no, not for that. And I know, again, I'm Sophie from sexwithsophie.com. But that platform is all about me teaching people how to talk to each other about sex. It's about building sex education based on data science. And so it's not actually Sex with Sophie. I know you're so disappointed. But yeah, so that's where I come from. That's who I am. That's a business that I started to try and help people bridge gaps with speaking with their children, speaking with their partners, even how they talk to themselves about matters of sex and sexuality. So that includes things like, guilt when you're masturbating. I don't know if that's a good word to say on here. How to talk to your partner about your needs, how to talk to your loved ones who might think differently than you on topics like abortion and LGBTQ rights and trans people and stuff like that. And of course, like teaching, age appropriate sex education to children. So that's what Sex with Sophie is all about. Just because I did so much work in, again, teaching people how to talk to folks who thought really differently than they might when it comes to gay marriage or even the whole trans women in sports issue. It kind of morphed into me talking in the more political space simply because so many issues of sex and sexuality, women's health, reproductive rights, trans and LGBTQIA issues were just overlapping with especially this most recent election. So that's kind of where, again, that's where I come from. So I'm, again, opening this space to you, especially if you're someone who maybe thinks differently than I do when it comes to some of these topics like some abortion. I don't think I can keep saying abortion, sorry. Some abortion and, trans people. And if you just don't understand that and you're like, what is this whole trans thing? Let's talk about it. I'd love to explain perhaps any questions you might have. Um, Unfortunately, I'm somebody who likes to do a lot of research and a lot of homework. And so I do have the capabilities to pull up some studies or actually Google some things if you want to, again, find some information together. But this is your time and your space. So again, I invite you to uh, give me a call. Or you can leave comments like my friend here has just done. Let's see what he said. Hi, Scott. What are your thoughts on abolitionists? As in, that could be a lot of things. I mean, of course, we have the slave abolitionists, but I know there's a current movement regarding abortion and abolition, and I don't quite understand that. Can you explain? Is that the one you're talking about when it comes to abolition? And if so, can you explain what that means? Because I do not know. Um, Very happy to say where I don't have information, and I don't have information on that. I know when it comes to um, some abortion, that's such a heavy topic right now. I personally think some abortion is amazing. Happy to tell you why if you're interested. Feel free to give me a call, especially if you disagree with that. If you think, oh, it's so bad, okay, let's talk about it. Abajo, Trump, criminal, convicto. Yes, yes. What does abajo mean? I'm going to look that up. Let me pop on my little Google so you can see me Google. Abajo. Oh, I guess I should just go to Google Translate. Um, Abajo. Uh, oh my God, this is taking so much work. Down. Yeah. All right. Down Trump, criminal convicto. Yeah. Some abortion is sick. I'm talking about the moon that started in the late 1600s, early 1830s, made a good hold. Sorry, voice rec is off. That's okay. Um, hmm. I'm gonna guess you mean like the one that's like slavery abolition. Yeah, I'm very pro abolition. Very pro abolition. I'm glad we had so many abolitionists. What's crazy is a lot of people think, and yes, there were plenty of white abolitionists, but most abolitionists were black people, especially if they were freedmen or former slaves. Most abolitionists were black people. So I think we have this false sense of white saviorship in America for some reason when black people did so much to make strides for themselves when it came to slavery. So I've always found that to be interesting that we, yeah, and yes, there were many white abolitionists, but you know, we kind of did our thing. I want to talk about this. Abortion is sick. Can you explain why you feel that way? I'd love to understand what makes you so sad about it. Trump forever. I sure hope not, baby. Give me a buzz. Let me know what you're so happy about with this guy being in office. Is he meeting your expectations? What are you looking forward to him doing next? Very interested to, again, understand how you're feeling because I feel like a lot of the people that I talk to are not at all happy with some of the decisions that he's making and that he's allowing President Musk to make. So definitely would love to understand. Happy Black Supremacist Month? Sure, okay. What aren't you happy about? I'm sorry. Like, am I supposed to be happy about him taking away the rights of Spanish people, women, Black people, the disabled, LGBTQIA people, gay marriage? I mean, like, what am I supposed to be happy about with Trump being in office? Again, I'm not happy. I'd love to know why you're happy. Uh, yeah, Ellen Musk. What rights do non-citizens have? Non-citizens have plenty of rights, starting with human rights. Boo-hoo, what? What are you crying about? Let me know what's making you so sad. You're not happy because you hate America. I do hate America. America's garbage. Why do you not hate America? What do you like about America? I'm going to assume you're MAGA. Give me a call. Let's chat about it because I definitely want to understand how you have an ounce of patriotism. And when you say make America great again, like what's the again? Like what are you trying to get back to? I guess you mean then get out, not the get out. Yeah, I'm gone. I don't live there. Fuck America. Again, I have plenty of family there. I love Americans. I'm absolutely hoping that we can, again, bridge some gaps with our thinking because, baby, you and I have so much more in common with each other than you do with Donald Trump or Elon Musk, okay? I live in the UK. Someone can be Republican without being MAGA. Yeah, well, give me a call. Let me know the difference. I'd love to understand how you can vote for Trump and not, be in support of racism and genocide and misogyny and misogynoir and all the other isms that he promotes and pushes and propagates. I moved a couple years ago. Affordable MAGA. Affordable MAGA? What's affordable in America? Oh my God. I would get a plane back, but I'm scared of it falling out of the sky. So thanks, Trump, for, gutting the FAA and taking away all the people from the Security Council who govern aviation and all the other bullshittery, including getting over 20,000 air traffic controllers to quit with your stupid fake buyout. If you're not an American, how are you talking on it? I'm American. And I'm proud to be an American. I'm not a singer, obviously. I love Americans. You, as an American, you are my brother, you are my sister, you are my family. It's America. It's the systems, it's the institution of America that is absolute fucking balls. So again, if you want to tell me why you think differently, what are you patriotic about? Where are you trying to get America back to again? When was it great? Why are you nationalistic? Why don't you allow people to come up? I can't. I'm a baby TikToker. So you can call the phone number that's coming up on the screen. Here, let me pop it in the. I don't know if it'll let me. Ugh. I don't know if it'll let me. I'll try to put the number in the comments. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, just give me a buzz if you like to. That is creepy. What's creepy? That I'm a baby TikToker. I don't have a lot of followers yet. So follow me so hopefully I can open up the guest, letting guests come on. That would be so much easier. I want that too. So definitely give me a follow, especially if you disagree with me, Chef. Again, you're who I want to talk to. I'd love to understand your way of thinking. Ruth Ann would love to understand again why you're a patriot. Why you're a patriot? What's making you patriotic? What are you excited that Trump's doing? What are you happy about? Why did you vote for him? Like, let's try to figure this stuff out. No, you trying to get people's numbers? Not at all. No, I don't want to call you back. I promise. Some abortion is wrong. Why do you support that? Okay, I'll tell you why I support some abortion. I don't know if I could say words. Um, I had a small abortion, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me. I had IVF a couple of years ago now, and unfortunately, it was successful, but I lost my baby at 7 weeks. Uh, this was a wanted baby. I was very happy to be pregnant. Spent 10 years and thousands of dollars to get pregnant, but they didn't want to stay with me, and that's okay. So the very next day, because I live in the UK, I was able to get a small abortion. So I had a dilation and curettage, was able to get a small abortion. And then 30 days later, I was able to have IVF attempt number 2. And now I have my 1-year-old daughter. So I absolutely love what small abortion has given me. I would not have my family without small abortion. It's a beautiful thing. And I think anybody who needs it and wants it should be able to access it, whether it's because of my situation where they had a miscarriage and they needed to remove the incomplete miscarriage, the pregnancy tissue, or if it's because they just made a bad decision, or they found out that their partner is abusive now because they felt like they could trap them, or whatever the case is. I think whoever needs to have one should be able to have one. What? What's your question? I agree with it if it's needed, but it's not a beautiful thing. For sure it is. You had some abortion due to a complication, so that's understandable. But even if I didn't, even if I just said, you know what, girl, hey, Ruth Ann, you and me, this weekend, we're going to have a small abortion party, like, honestly, would you deny someone that irresponsible from going ahead and preventing themselves from becoming a mom, or putting a poor baby in that person's, hands? Do you not understand what, and I'm guessing small abortion is? You had a miscarriage, not a small abortion. Yes, I did. I had a small abortion. I had a dilation and curettage, DNC, very common surgical small abortion. However, it's murder if you just decide to have a. No, it's absolutely not. Again, here's the thing. I wouldn't deny it, but I wouldn't say it's beautiful. I mean, it's not. The process wasn't beautiful. Like, I have something in my brain where drugs don't really work on me well. So I literally had to. I felt everything. The actual process of the suction, and they had to do it twice, to make sure everything's gone. That fucking hurt so bad. It hurt so bad. They try to numb your cervix, and they give you, like, in the UK anyway, they give you gas. None of that worked on me. I could feel every single bit of it. And you think I wouldn't do it again in a heartbeat? You think I would, you think anybody's choosing to do this? You think it's an easy decision? Like, I think that for you to ascribe so much flippancy to it is really quite disingenuous. Okay, I see a question about a heartbeat. Was there a heartbeat? Here's the thing. What you're hearing at 6 weeks, the blood, there is a rudimentary heart. And so as early as like 6, 7 weeks, you can, I'm going to say quote unquote, hear the heartbeat on a sonogram, but that's not an actual heartbeat. That is literally the machine creating like a false whooshing noise, so that the attendant of the sonic, I don't know what you call those people, the radiographer, whatever that person is. It's not the actual noise of the heartbeat you're hearing. It's not a heartbeat. So, these heartbeat laws are bullshit, because it's actually not the baby's heartbeat. And so here's the thing. Well, what am I wrong about? And I can actually show you if you like. Let me pull that up. Oh, well, I'll give it 1 second. I have a call. Okay, and that just hung up. So sorry. Try to call back one more time if I just took too long. I do apologize. But yeah, I can show you. Is the heartbeat real on sonogram or ultrasound, I guess? Oh, it says yes, it's real. The ultrasound machine detects the heartbeat by measuring sound waves that bounce off the beating heart. Oh, well, maybe I was wrong. Let's see. The tiny flicker. Okay, after 6 weeks of pregnancy, electrical activity can be detected in the embryo. This early on, a transvaginal ultrasound needs to be performed to get closer to the developing embryo. The tiny flicker of cardiac activity can only be seen at this stage, not heard. So it's not heard. Let's see, because I might have gotten my information wrong. Is a fetal heartbeat really a heartbeat at 6 weeks? Let's see. Goodness, I might be debunking myself here. Let's see if I've got some wrong information. So I think it's ultrasound. Is the heartbeat sound real on ultrasound? Well, the heartbeat sound heard on an ultrasound is real in the sense that it represents a fetal cardiac activity. It's not the actual sound of the baby's heart beating as you would hear with a stethoscope. The ultrasound machine translates the electronic signals of blood flow in the heart into an audible sound, essentially creating a representation of the heartbeat based on the movement of blood within the heart. So, okay, I'm going to admit that I was wrong, because even though, technically, yes, it's not the baby's actual heartbeat like you'd hear it with a stethoscope. It's a recreation of the movement of the blood through the heart. It is a heart, and it is beating, and that's the sound that it is recreating. So I'm gonna give myself an L on that. So at about 6 weeks, the baby does have a heartbeat. Sorry, Gardner, I was wrong. Let's see. Are you glad your parents had you? Sometimes. I'm just trying to understand. I'm a doctor, so I know it's a heartbeat. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah. You're a liberal. Of course, you have long information. Wrong information, I'm guessing. Yes, ma'am. It's still a heartbeat in medical terminology. Okay, yeah. So no, I appreciate the correction. Thank you. But yeah, I'm glad my parents had me ultimately, but the thing about it, and you being a doctor, you know this, if they had schmaborted me, I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't be here to be mad about it. I absolutely don't have any issue with somebody said, wow, you actually are going to admit you're wrong. Never seen a liberal do that before. Why? I mean, I'm not perfect. Honestly, I think it's people who are able to admit that they're wrong that, hopefully are better able to be assured in their rightness. So, when I say something, like if I know I can back it up and I have evidence of it, I'd like to be like, oh, wow, I know I'm right because I've researched this or I've looked into it. And so just like now, like if I try to find evidence for it, I'm not gonna make some shit up. Like if it's not there, it's not there. Um, but yeah, Gardner, I mean, maybe then you can explain to me, because everything I've heard when it comes to, I'm going to guess you're a OBGYN, or what kind of doctor are you? Um, are you, are you like of the mindset? Because this is what I've heard from so many other maternal fetal specialists and OBGYNs and fertility clinic specialists, and doctors, that life starts at conception, certainly. It is a human being that is alive at conception, certainly. But that the time at which a fetus's, I guess, life in itself should be taken into consideration is at the point of sentience, or the point at which they can feel pain. Chef, I did not block your number. Try calling again. I had a call come through and then it hung up, and uh yeah, just try calling again. Life begins with God. Okay. You don't want to talk about God and abortion, sweetheart, because God does not care. Here, I'll put my number back down. This is my number if you want to try that. Yes, ma'am, that is correct. We believe as soon as the heart beats and the soul is established. That's not a, I've never heard a doctor say shit about a soul, sweetheart. What kind of doctor are you? I would love to understand. What is God? What is God's name? Who is, what is God's name? What is God's name? Yeah, God doesn't care about abortion. The only place that abortion appears in the Bible is as a how-to guide. I shit you not. Now this is something I have researched. I know this for a fact. The only place that abortion is at all mentioned is when you suspect your wife of cheating on you. The Bible gives you a process that you can do to basically force her to have some abortion. So yeah, God don't care. Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Then the baby is alive. So no, you're saying heartbeat. So like 6 weeks heartbeat. And the soul is, again, that's nothing I've ever heard of. I've talked to hundreds of doctors. That's not something I've ever heard a doctor say. I've never, even Christian doctors I know don't at all talk about a soul. Again, everything I've ever heard is that uh, the consideration for the fetus really starts to come in at about 23, 24 weeks, when sentience starts to develop, when they have the capacity and the neurology to actually feel or experience feelings, including pain. Sorry, I can only type so much. Give me a call. Call me now for your free read it, and I'm showing how old I am. Oh my God. I believe God loves you and cares about you very much. I know professional terminology. Yes, you're correct. So sentience, again, that's 23, 24 weeks. So that's a far cry from 6 weeks. Um, a far cry from 6 weeks. A lot can happen in between 6 and 24 weeks. Um, yeah. And Chef, if you want to try calling again, I'm, I see nothing impeding me from getting calls right now. Everything's going on fine. Um, okay. So yeah, honestly, like I mean, I'm really happy to talk some abortion. Uh, in fact, just to kind of put a pin in that, like with the whole God thing, especially. Oh, I don't want to. Oh gosh, let's see. All right, I'm gonna try to call you. That's I believe the soul is established when conception happens. So let me ask you this: like, what is a soul? Is a soul? Chef, I'm gonna try you in just a second. Um, what is a soul? Like, what is it? And that's fine. Again, that's fine to have your faith and still be a medical professional. There's plenty. Um, yeah. All right. I'm gonna try to give you a buzz, chef. Okay. I don't know if it's going through. I'm trying to call you now.
The subscriber you are trying to reach is not available. Please
Okay.
leave your message after the tone.
Hi, chef. It's Sophie. Just try me back when you can. Bye. It's weird. Sorry. Um. Okay. Yeah. Hey, wireless woman is in the house. You guys need to follow her. She's amazing. Your soul, basically your spirit. Would you agree we are spiritual beings? No. But also, how do you define a soul? Is it a ghost? Is it energy? What is it? Very interested in trying to get your thinking, especially as a medical professional. And again, you never told me what kind of doctor you are. Um, but yeah, speaking of again faith and some abortions, I feel like there's so many things we could talk about with the whole MAGA thing. So you're an OBGYN, and there's I just mm, okay, 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 okay. So when one of your patients comes to you and they need some abortion, you don't give it to them, or you advise them away from that, or what is your like? That just seems really kind of crazy. Like, how do you approach your patients who absolutely need a some abortion? I'd love to know that. No one needs a. Did I not just tell you like how my dead fetus would have decomposed inside my body, given me sepsis, and ultimately killed me if I did not have a some abortion? Like, yes, plenty of people need a some abortion. So yeah. And honestly, chef, if you want to talk about it, try me back. I feel like we're playing phone tag, but you didn't pick up when I called you. Um, and then honestly, anybody else who wants to call, and there's so many comments on TikTok. I tend to talk more with TikTok, but I have people watching from YouTube and even like Rumble and some alt right places. If they have a medical issue that needs an abortion, some abortion, which is common, then I absolutely advise to have the some abortion. He's not a real doctor. Oh, that's quite obvious, but still, I'm just trying to understand how you can even claim that and not have the backing to like you say that heartbeat is when a soul is connected to the baby, and like, just no doctor, no real OBGYN especially would think that way. If you're an OBGYN, I'll give you an easy one. How many holes does a woman have below the navel? I'd love to know that. How many? So the question is for our OBGYN friend, how many holes does a woman have below the navel? Yeah, how many holes? How many entrances and exits into the body that are larger than pores does a woman have below the navel? That should be like a gimme, especially for an OBGYN. Come on. I honestly like it could have you could have typed that so much quicker than did I really say holes? Yeah, how many holes? How many entrances, exits to the bodies that are larger than holes? Yeah. Still waiting. Chef, how many holes do you think a woman has below the navel? They're not holes, but three. So if they're not holes, what are they? And also, you are absolutely wrong. There are more than three. If you're gonna take another guess, I'll give you another. I'll give you another go at it as an OBGYN. Because there's more than three. More than three. Pores are holes. So technically, I'm not talking about pores. I'm talking as an OBGYN. You should absolutely know that there are more than three holes that a woman has. Uh, um. All right. I'll uh. I'll help you with this one. Uh. Okay. Let's see. Because I'm not an OBGYN, I have to think of the name of these things. Okay. So there are a total of seven. Seven holes in a woman's body. It's not three. There's a total of seven. And so you have, of course, the vagina, the urethra, the anus, but you also have two lesser urethral ducts or Skene's glands and two greater vestibular ducts or Bartholin's glands, which again, as a OBGYN, you should know those things. So, Gardner, I think you lose. I don't believe that you win this round. um, so yeah, if you're not an OBGYN, which again, I just don't think you are, I'd love to know what you actually do for a living, or if you want to call and chit chat, again, right here for you. So yeah, I am a chef, not an OB. No, Gardner says that they are an OBGYN, but they don't know the seven holes that a woman has below the navel. So that's, again, it's hard to believe. And I think they left. So I think it's just me and you, kid. But Chef, if you do want to, on TikTok anyway, in fact, let me make sure I'm not missing anybody from my other streams. I am so sorry. Hi, Kick. Hi, Kick. Hi, Twitch. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Rumble. Oh, hi. Oh my gosh. I have like a few folks on YouTube. Hello. Okay. So sorry. Hi. Okay. Let me see if I can answer this phone finally. Hi, is this Chef?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
Good. I just had to just reset my Wi-Fi.
Oh, that might have been what was going on. Well, I'm glad, you're it. So phone tag, you're it.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation you're having is just so confusing.
Ooh, what's
I mean,
confusing?
it's you're probably your 30s or maybe 20s.
You're amazing.
Obviously,
I like you.
obviously,
We're friends already. I'm 42.
while you're 42 and you have the mindset of a child,
Oh, explain how so.
because you said your child passed away. You had a miscarriage.
Yeah,
And
I
then you
would
went and
say
had an
my child.
abortion.
I wouldn't say my child. It was just a zygote or embryo at that point.
you claim to have had a miscarriage, and then you had an abortion with the same zygote or fetus,
Yes. What do you define abortion as, or what do you think it means?
ending life.
Um, it's a little more complicated. It just means the termination of a pregnancy and or the removal of pregnancy tissue from the
See,
body.
that's the problem is with liberals. They
Okay.
want to They want you guys want to fearmonger, women into thinking, oh well, we need to, legalize abortions so that way we don't, if I have a miscarriage, I'm gonna have to, be stuck with that baby inside me.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
my grandma back in the 1940s, long before abortions were legal,
Mm-hmm.
had a DNC.
Yes.
My
Yes.
mom back in the 60s had a DNC,
Mm-hmm.
and abortions were illegal.
Well, that's still an abortion.
It is not an abortion. The abortion is ending the life. See, when
No,
you're pregnant, it's you and you. I mean, you can sit there and, you can sit there and talk all you
well,
want.
it
You have
doesn't
your
matter
talking
what
points.
we think, or it doesn't matter what our thoughts and opinions are on this. If you go to the hospital or if you go to a doctor and you say, "Hey, this is my situation," they will tell you, "Okay, you need a abortion." And so it's absolutely that's just the medical term for it. I'm not making it up. This is just what it is, and that is
Well, the
what
funny
I
thing,
had.
in 2023,
Mhm.
my wife she had a miscarriage.
Oh,
I
I'm
live
so
in Texas.
sorry.
Abortion, abortion is not legal here.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what she had?
She had
A
an abortion,
DNC.
which is an abortion.
No, she had a DNC,
All right, I'm gonna guess. I'm
and
gonna guess two
the
things.
abortions were illegal here.
I'm gonna guess two things. Is your wife white?
No, she's not.
Okay, what is your
She
wife?
is an immigrant. She is an immigrant.
From where?
South America.
Okay. Well,
And her
that's
skin tone is darker than yours.
okay. That's awesome. That's surprising. Well, I would like to say that like that's wonderful that she got that help, but the issue is that they're not calling it an abortion. What they probably called it is a maternal fetal separation. I'm gonna guess. Is that what they deemed it?
Uh, I don't know. She was 37 weeks pregnant when she had it,
Oh gosh, honey. First of all,
so she was far along.
just forget everything else for a second. Can I just tell you, I'm so sorry for your loss, and I'm so sorry you had to go through that, and that she had to go through that, because that's just sad, and I'm really sorry. That's that's really heartbreaking, and I'm very glad she was able to get the help she needed. Um, Goodness, honestly, outside of politics and all that, at the end of the day, like that's a very traumatic and difficult thing for you and her to have faced. And my heart just
Did,
goes out to you.
did, there's a lot of misinformation that goes along with this Roe versus Wade bullshit.
Okay.
Everybody sits there and talks about how they're taking rights away, or if a woman's raped or incest, she can't get the medical treatment, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Do you know that the morning after pill or 72-hour pill, Plan B, whatever you want to call it, is sold over the counter in all 50 states and has been for several years?
Well, they're trying to make that not be the case. And that's kind of the
Well,
problem.
no. So there's a lot of states where abortion's illegal.
Sure,
However,
right now. Right now. But how long is that going to
but
be true?
under Donald Trump is going to be true for the next 4 years.
Well, there's already
You know,
already federal abortion proposals and bills from I think three different states
okay,
already in the works. So
And so do you know what the whole Roe versus Wade thing's all about?
Tell me.
So why should California, New York dictate what Oklahoma, Nebraska do?
Well, why should the government dictate anything that
It's
a
not,
woman does? Like that's where
but
like I think you're
okay,
conservative. You're MAGA. I'm guessing. Is that true?
no. Yeah, so I'm guessing that you're liberal, you're a maggot. Is that true?
Uh, well, I actually vote unaffiliated, but I tend to lean left with my. I'm very progressive in my thinking, so I do say I'm more liberal. But
Oh,
I'm not of the mindset that uh, conservatives are wrong when they push for smaller government. So I mean, is that something you would agree with? Like, would you prefer
yeah,
smaller or large?
I like smaller government. I
Yeah,
like
me
smaller
too.
government.
So
Oh,
to
okay, so
see
let me ask
the
you.
overreach that they're doing and going into women's doctors' offices, that yeah, I have a problem with that from a conservative lens. But what was your
Okay,
question?
so
Sorry.
let me ask. Do you want a home?
Do I want a home?
Do you own a home?
Do I own a home? No,
Okay. Do you own a car?
no.
Okay. Okay, you're making it a little bit difficult.
Well,
Okay, so
we'll
let's say
just
you own
yeah. What's up?
let's say you own let's say you own a home,
Okay.
and in the town that you live in,
Mm-hmm.
you want to paint your house. Let's say you want to paint your house pink because you like pink.
Okay.
Okay, or purple or blue or green.
Okay.
However, the town says no. You can only paint your house white or gray.
Okay.
Would you want to live in a neighborhood where you're allowed to paint your house pink, blue, or purple? Or do you want to live in a neighborhood where they say you can only paint your house white or black
Hmm. Well, I think
or gray?
my issue would come into play if I was born in a house and I was raised in this house and my mom passed this house down to me. So now I'm raising my family in this house and I could paint my house whatever color I wanted to. But now all of a sudden there's a new housing association, HOA just formed for some reason. And now they're saying, "Ma'am, you've painted your house pink and you have to paint it gray." Now, even though I've lived here my whole life and done what I wanted to do with my house, it's my house. I've done what I wanted to do with my house. Now, this new entity is coming in and telling me that not only can I not paint my house whatever color I want to, but I have to go back and repaint my house a color I don't like that I didn't choose. And if I don't, I could potentially be killed. Basically, it's that serious. It's either
Okay, so that's the whole Roe versus Wade debacle is. It's like
hmm I agree. Yeah,
in
it's
your
pretty shitty.
neighborhood, do you want to live next door to somebody who has an abortion?
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a
Do
fuck
you
what
want to live
anybody
next
else
door?
does with their lives and
Do
their
you
bodies.
okay? Okay, so do you want to live next door to Jeffrey Dahmer
I
or
don't
Ted
care.
Bundy?
I don't care. I might live next door to Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer now. I don't care. Like what I do care about is if they do break the law and they're found to have broken the law by murdering someone, then I hope that they would be taken care of.
Okay,
But that didn't actually happen with like people like
okay,
Ted Bundy and stuff. So, you know.
okay, but the whole thing is about the Roe versus Wade thing being
Uh-huh.
overturned.
Okay.
It's we have 50. This is the United States of America.
Mhm.
The United States of America,
Well, why
right?
are you
So
so
we have
upset
50 states.
about
So each,
what your
huh?
neighbor's doing? Like why would it bother you
Okay,
if your neighbor had an abortion? Like what does that have to do with you?
more morals, values.
Well, then let them
So
have bad morals and values. How does that impact your life or you in any way, shape, or
so
form?
okay, I live in Texas right now, so there's a lot of states. So back in the last election, there was a lot of states that voted to overturn Roe versus Wade or um, legalize abortions or whatever you want to say. So there's a lot of states that said, no, you live in this state, you can have an abortion. And then they had the election in November, and everybody said, yep, we want abortions. So those states have abortions now. So I think it should be. I mean, do you believe in democracy?
Here's the thing. I believe in democracy, but democracy doesn't believe in democracy. We literally just democratically elected, just like the Weimar Republic did in the 1930s, democratically elected a fascist who is showing
Who? Okay.
that he's
Who?
fascist. It's
So
absolutely crazy.
so
Yeah.
yes,
So
I
no,
agree.
I don't put a lot of stock in into the democratic
I
process as of late.
I agree. A fascist regime took over our republic in 2021, and thankfully Donald Trump was reelected
How was
in a
Biden
landslide
Harris?
victory.
Like, excuse me, like, so we're all talking about the exploits and nefarious deeds of, let me check my notes, Joseph Robinette Biden. Like, that's who we're worried about right now. What how in the world could you say that Joe
Oh,
Biden
how can
was
I?
a
How
fascist?
can I watched the news and I seen President Trump on trial in these ridiculous lawsuits.
Okay.
For the last 4 years, he's been going, impeachment. He had two impeachment trials. He's had, accused of SA, where, if you rape somebody in New York, there is no statute of limitations. So if Trump literally raped that E. Jean Carroll, he
Hmm.
would be in prison right now. He wouldn't have been able to run for president.
Well,
He would have been in prison.
the only reason she could bring her lawsuit is because they changed the statute of limitations law. So
There is no statute of limitations.
now, but
Google
before
it.
there
Google it,
was.
babe.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm
Hi,
happy to
Google
Google
it.
things, but I don't even want to. I feel like we're moving into this whole other territory. I still haven't
Okay.
explored why you feel justified in telling someone else that what they can and cannot do with their lives, with their bodies, even though, again, it has zero impact on you and is against your own conservative values of smaller government. Like, how do you parse those two things?
Okay, so back when I was 33 years old,
Hmm.
the lady that I was in a relationship with, she got pregnant. And I was all excited when she told me. I'm like, wow, I'm gonna be a dad. And she's like, no, I'm gonna have an abortion. And I'm like, no, don't do that, don't do that. And I begged and I pleaded, and and I did try to do everything I could to keep her from having an abortion.
Hmm.
You know what she did?
What's that?
She went and she slaughtered my child.
Oh, honey.
She slaughtered my child on the altar of satanic worship
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow.
in an abortion clinic that you want to sit there and praise.
Yeah, I do.
You didn't
Yeah,
have an
I
abortion.
do.
You did not have an abortion.
But I did though.
You didn't
That's
have one. You,
but I did though.
you had a miscarriage.
Here's the thing. Here's the
No,
thing. Again,
no, ma'am.
I
You
really
had a miscarriage,
and then I
and you
had to
had
have
a
an abortion to remove my
no. You
dead
had
fetus
no.
from my
It's
body.
a DNC. It's a DNC. Completely
Here's
different.
the trouble with that though.
Completely different.
Here's the trouble with that though. Every time that you try to say, "Oh, there are exceptions," and again, I'm very happy that your partner was able to take advantage of the fact that her exception was recognized. That's wonderful. But unfortunately, that's just not the case for most people who are trying to go to a clinic, go to their doctor and say, I need a small abortion uh, because my baby died, because I no longer want it for whatever reason. And
Yeah, but I mean,
if those reasons include rape, incest, if those reasons include again what they want to try to term as a need for maternal fetal separation, like the baby's going to be non-viable, it's going to be born and immediately pass away if it doesn't have a brain, whatever the case is. They'll try to say like,
I
"Oh,
was told
I'm sorry, go ahead."
my baby's going to be born with Zika,
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah.
and uh, and the doctor was telling my wife, we lived in Florida at the time, and the doctor said, it has Zika, so I mean, it's a lifelong the pregnancy should be terminated.
Yeah, that's
Do you know
horrible.
what happened?
You get hydrocephaly, right?
I have a 5-year-old son that's perfectly healthy.
Well, he didn't have the hydrocephaly, I'm guessing.
No, he was diagnosed with it in utero, but no.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Zika doesn't mean a death sentence. It just means that they're more prone to having birth
Yeah, but
defects like hydrocephaly.
the thing is,
Hmm.
d- okay, I'm not prime. Do you believe in God?
No.
You don't believe in God?
No, but I respect that you do, and that's where your morality comes from. So again, like when you say you believe in
So
God, does that
I asked
uh-huh.
you earlier, what's God's
What's
what's
God's
God's name?
name? What is God's name?
Yes. Do you know what God's name is? You say it
Mm,
every day.
no, what is it?
You say it every 2 seconds.
What is it?
Do you want me to say it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Did you hear it?
Mm, just breathing? Is that what you're saying?
So God's name, literally spoken, is breath in and breath out. That's God's name, literally spoken in translation.
Okay.
So it's like when you have a bad migraine, or you're sick, or you're depressed, and you're laying in bed, or you're sitting on the couch,
You gotta go.
and you're sitting there thinking to yourself, you sit there and you're listening to every breath you take.
You gotta go.
Every breath you take, you are literally calling out to God for help.
Well, so then I guess when it comes to some abortion, 1 second. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's cute.
I'm sorry. What did you say? You don't want to talk to Amari?
I didn't want to hang up on Amari.
Oh, here. Here, you can have my phone. You can call Amari back. All right, but go back upstairs, okay? Hold on. I'm sorry, chef. Here you go.
Oh no, that was
There you go.
adorable.
Sorry.
You respect it so much. He does, ma'am, to the little. How old is that little girl?
She's 5.
That's so cute. I mean,
Sorry, but no, but I hear what you're saying, but I wanted to then say, like, when it comes to some abortion, um, we're talking about ending a pregnancy before the baby takes that breath, before the baby's in a place where it can feel pain, before the baby's got the neurology to
but
understand
no.
feeling or have
Okay,
feelings, you know?
so where I'm saying life begins is millennia ago.
Okay.
Life began when God created Adam. That's when life began. So when you have a child
Hmm.
in 2025, life began millennia ago.
Okay.
Your child is not a new life. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
Is there a set number of souls and we're reincarnated? There's a lot of religions that believe that we live multiple lives.
well, here's the thing then. If that's true, I'm happy to hold that as a truth. And if it is, then what difference does it make if you're stopping that life? Because wouldn't it then just reincarnate into somebody else, or into a hopefully a body that's healthier, or into a body that's going to grow up
I
in a
don't know.
family that can financially and
I don't know.
healthily sustain it. Like, so in that
The thing that
regard,
bothers me,
reincarnation is great. Abortion is awesome because it just gives that body another chance. And then also, if the soul, like I've talked to many people, and the way they try to define a soul or a spirit is as energy. That's the only way you can kind of connect it to science in a way that makes sense. And energy cannot be created or destroyed. That's science. So if you're having a small abortion, wouldn't that soul literally just go back into the net pool of unrealized souls, and then come back into its next body when it's ready? So when it comes to reincarnation or souls or anything,
I don't
life,
know.
I feel like that's small abortion is kind of a moot point. So what are you
Yeah,
actually
but
depriving them of?
as an adult, don't you think that you have some responsibility to your actions?
Oh, now here we go. I think we're actually getting to the real deal here. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why do we have sex?
As a man, I'm gonna tell you because it's pleasure. It's
Why?
getting close to my partner,
Okay.
and it's for increasing the size of the population.
Is it though? Is
You know,
you when you go in
it
to do the deed, you're thinking, "Oh, yes, I'm going to make the world bigger. I'm going to have another
yes,
mouth to feed." That, like,
you
that's what gets you off. That's what you
actually, I mean, it's not getting me off. I'm not going to say that, but what I'm going to tell you is, when I make love to my wife, if I don't want to have a kid, I wear a condom. And when we discuss it and we want to increase the size of our family, no, I don't use a condom.
Yeah, but I would say then most of the time when you're having sex, it's for, like you said, for pleasure, for connection with your partner. Most of the time, right?
Correct.
So how
And
do
it's
you separate that from a woman's reasons for having sex?
I'm not a woman, so I couldn't tell you that.
Well, as a woman, I'll tell you, and ask any woman in your life. Like, we're the same way. We're not sitting here thinking that every time we go to have sex, that it's the reason is to procreate, the reason is to get pregnant. And in fact, most people who seek some abortions, I think something between, some studies say 35%, some say up to 50% of people who seek some abortions um, did so because of failed contraception. So it's not that people aren't wrapping it up. It's not that people aren't trying to be safe. Um,
See,
but yeah, but I think when you then,
I
so sorry, were you going to say something?
so I've been active since age 14.
Okay.
I'm 44. That's what, 20, 30, 40, 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had multiple partners, and I've been pretty much active weekly for the last 30 years.
Okay.
Several times a week, sometimes several times a day.
Oh, lucky.
And I've only created life when it was agreed upon.
Yeah. And it had to be a mutual decision. It had to be the right time. Things had to be just so in your life that you were ready to
Correct.
do this, right? So, so,
Correct.
so, what would you say then? Again, if you had all this sex for 30 years, only a fraction of that sex was with the purpose of procreating, right?
Correct.
So again, just as a woman and as a human being, you have to put that same sort of thinking on women. Like, that's absolutely how we think. We go into the act of sex because we find it pleasurable, because it's something that we want to do to feel closer to our partners, just like you. So to then say that women who have the unintended consequence of uh, conceiving a baby or getting pregnant, that they now have to be punished for having the same
Why is it a punishment?
desires that you yourself want and say that you want. I find that to be inequitable. I find that to be wrong. So
Okay, so
yeah,
you're being punished because you have a daughter.
no, 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 no. If I were to get pregnant and I didn't want to be, and I could not then access safe, healthy, abortion care, that's me being punished for doing something that men do all the time.
Okay, okay, so what does safe mean?
Again, it doesn't even really matter because almost half of abortions, I'm trying not to trip the algorithms, but almost half of some abortions are sought due to people trying to be safe and the contraception
So
failing.
my argument is 100% of abortions are not safe.
That's false. That is absolutely false. Some abortions
Okay,
are
okay,
very, very safe. Hold on one second.
okay, so let
Sorry.
me ask one.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
chef. 1 second. Yes.
Is that okay if I what play dance to Kids Bob?
It's late, baby. It's like 11:15.
Please.
You need to go to sleep.
Please.
You can play 2 songs and then you gotta. Are you still talking to Murray?
Yeah.
2 songs and you gotta go to bed. Okay? It's late. Go have fun. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She's a
All
night
right, so
owl like me. But what was your question? I'm sorry.
okay, so you say that AB is safe.
That what?
You say that ABs are
Oh,
safe.
ABs. Oh, I like
What
that.
percentage? What per A? I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I'm asking the algorithm.
No, they are
So
absolutely safe. Yes.
what percentage of ABs are safe?
I would say any, especially if you're having like a surgical process, if you're doing the DNCs or there's another what
What
DN
percentage?
something. Let's look it up.
I say 100% of ABs in the death.
How safe are some abortions? They're generally very safe, but like any medical
Okay,
treatment,
no,
there's a risk of complications.
okay. So now the question I'm asking you, I'm not asking you how safe are ABs for the woman. I'm asking you what's the percentage of ABs being safe for the fetus?
Oh, now
How many fetuses?
here's the
How
thing.
many fetuses survive an abortion?
Well, again, to me that doesn't that's the point. Like because it's not a sentient human life. So so the fact that they are no longer living doesn't like it matters to me, of course. Again, nobody's making some AB decisions lightly. Nobody's just, yeah, girl, let's go this weekend and get one. Nobody's doing that. So no, it's not taken lightly, but at the same time, I know that 90% of some abortions are done uh, before the 13-week mark. I know they're well ahead of the point at which that fetus or embryo or zygote could have felt pain. I know that if a small abortion was needed after that
How do you
point,
know they can't feel pain?
because they don't
How
have
do you know
the
they can't feel pain?
neurology, they don't have the brain matter to feel pain. So that's
Do you
been
remember when you was 13 weeks in uterus
no, but at
or
the same
uterine?
no, nobody does. But at the same time, it's still beautiful, I think, that most OBGYNs and maternal fetal specialists, they actually consider the fact that okay, after the 23-24 week mark, when the fetus has developed the brain tissue and neurology to perhaps maybe not even feel pain, but just to experience feelings or have, you know, on an MRI, see these areas start to light up, then we have to take the baby's life into consideration. And so after that
Okay,
23-24 week mark, there are abortions you can do that are not fatal to the fetus. So you could get an
Okay, so
induction
and,
abortion.
Can you help me?
You could get a
at what point?
hysterotomy some abortion. Sorry. Okay, come here.
This is it.
What? Oh, I mean, so do you think a C-section is an abortion?
The thing is that if it's needed to terminate the pregnancy um before it's come to term, then yes, that's called a hysterotomy, AB.
So yeah, I mean,
Because again, it's just
we
about
you are
removing the
so far
pregnancy
in
and
left
tissue.
field. You're so far in left field, and I'm in reality. It's just crazy.
Well, okay.
We're not going to see eye to eye on this. I mean, it's been a good conversation. I'm really enjoying talking to you.
Well, let me ask
You
you
know,
one
we're
more
not.
thing. Where you get
I
you're
appreciate
talking
that.
about God, you're talking about your morality comes from that. So I'm gonna guess that you're Christian, that it all comes from the Christian Bible. Is that correct?
I've studied Judaism and I've studied Christianity. I consider myself to be
Got it.
non-denominational.
Go. So the thing
You know,
about Judaism,
I believe God to be I believe God to be, you know, the creator of everything, and He makes no mistakes. So if a woman becomes pregnant, it is not a mistake. That pregnancy is for a reason.
well, then why do you then
That's what
feel
I
that
believe.
God didn't have a hand in teaching these maternal fetal specialists and abortion clinics and these doctors and these OBGYNs how to do this
Because
procedure? How do you think that God isn't guiding their hands and helping them
because
to
I
make the
under,
best decision?
because I understand that Satan is very powerful and he manipulates mankind.
Well, again, here's the thing though. Like, where does it say that in the Bible? Because I've looked at the Bible and I've looked at the Torah, the Quran, and Judaism, which you say you studied. Not only are abortions
So
absolutely fine, but they're encouraged when it's needed to save the life of the mother. And then in Christianity, there's nowhere in the Bible that says that abortions are wrong, that ABs, some abortions are murder. It's nowhere in the Bible. In fact, the only place, I think you might have heard me say this, but the only place that ABs are mentioned in the Bible is as a how-to guide if you suspect that your wife was unfaithful to you. so so
which book is that in?
uh it's in the Old Testament. I can find that for you.
Can
Let's
you,
see.
yeah. I mean, if a woman's unfaithful to her husband, I mean, that's just very disrespectful. Very disrespectful.
Sure. So then what God would tell you to do in Numbers 5:11 is to take her to the church, and you got to make this mixture of dust from the floor and some kind of, I don't know what else, some of her blood or something, I don't know, and have her drink it. And if she has a small abortion, if she expels blood and has a miscarriage or has a small abortion, then she cheated on you. And if she didn't, then she didn't cheat on you. So this is the Bible. That's the
Okay, no.
only place. That's the only
Okay,
place.
so basically, what saying is that if a woman's pregnant, you think that she's cheating on you, make the concoction, and if she and have her drink it. If she has a miscarriage, then she cheated. If she didn't have a miscarriage, then it's your child.
No. If she,
I
let's
I
see.
missed that
I'm
part of
gonna
the
read it.
Bible, but
Okay, it says, then the Lord said to Moses, speak to the Israelites and say to them, if a man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, so that another man has sexual relations with her, and this is hidden from her husband, and her impurity is undetected, since there is no witness against her, and she has not been caught in the act. And if feelings of jealousy come over her husband, and he suspects his wife, and she is impure, or if he is jealous and suspects her even though she is not impure, so just as long as he just is unsure and he thinks maybe she did, whether she is or not, then he is to take his wife to the priest. He must also take an offering of a tenth of an ephah of barley flour on her behalf. He must not pour olive oil on it or put incense on it, because it is a grain offering for jealousy, a reminder offering to draw attention to wrongdoing. The priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. Then he shall take some holy water in a clay jar and put some dust from the tabernacle floor into the water. After the priest has had the woman stand before the Lord, he shall loosen her hair and place in her hands the reminder offering, the grain offering for jealousy, while he himself holds the bitter water that brings a curse, brings in abortion. Then the priest shall put the woman under oath and say to her, if no other man has had sexual relations with you, and you have not gone astray and become impure while married to your husband, may this bitter water that brings a curse not harm you. But if you have gone astray while married to your husband, and you have made yourself impure by having sexual relations with a man other than your husband, here the priest is to put the woman under this curse. May the Lord cause you to become a curse among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. May this water that brings a curse enter your body so that your abdomen swells or your womb miscarries. Then the woman is to say, amen, so be it. So literally that's it. I could go on, but that's this is the
That's not an
only
abortion.
place.
That's just an insecure man, being jealous of his wife.
I
You're
mean,
wondering and thinking that she's
you and I both
cheating.
know that's not
You know.
an actual some abortion, but this, according to God, if Bible is the word of God, according to God, this is the only mention of forcing a woman's womb to miscarry. Of course, we know it's not a DNC and it's not,
Okay,
mifepristo, but it's the same thing. That's what he's saying.
okay, so it's not though. Read the Ten Commandments.
But again, it's not considered murder. It's okay.
Do
Like
you love your mother and father?
sometimes.
Are you nice to your neighbor?
Well, that's the thing. Like I don't believe this
Do
stuff.
you murder?
And also, when you say three
Do you
Ten
steal?
Commandments, there's three different types. There's three totally different Ten Commandments. So it
I don't know. I mean, I'm a Christian. There's a lot of that. I mean, I think right now we're living in like the Mandela effect right now. Because there's a lot of things now as a child. It's like what?
well, you were a child because you're a couple years older than me, so you were a child of the 80s.
I was
Uh,
born in 1980.
yeah, so you're a child of the 80s, like 90s. So you were born right after abortion became a thing. like
I mean,
here's
yeah, a couple
here's what you
years,
have to
yeah. So
understand.
it's
Like, you're only mad because your anger allows people like the
no, I'm not
Heritage
mad. No,
Foundation.
no, I'm not mad. I mean, it's like I pay my taxes, and where does my taxes go? My taxes go to Peru to fund a children's book talking about transgenderism. My taxes
What's wrong
go
with
to Egypt.
what's wrong with
My
transgenderism?
taxes, it's ridiculous. My taxes go to Egypt to support uh, uh, tourism. My taxes go to Ukraine to attack Russia. My taxes go to
Really?
Hamas in Gaza to fight Israel.
Okay, but
So it's
that's
like
what.
people ask me, why did you vote for Trump? It's like I voted for Trump because I think America is the greatest country in the world,
Why?
and I should not be supporting 200 other countries that can't support themselves.
Well, you
We give
understand
a
that's for a reason. Like, US aid, like,
yeah,
as sorry, guy.
we give aid to Canada and Mexico to help support their country, and then they send illegals to our nation that's causing us terror.
Okay, okay. You just said a lot of things. You just said a lot of things, Chef. So, like, okay, okay. I have a couple questions for you, and you can answer
Yeah,
them
go ahead.
in sequence. Um, okay, so you don't like to pay your taxes because that tax money can go to help other countries.
No, I think taxes are necessary to have a civilized society.
And we
You
do live in
know,
a
but a
democratic
hundred years
republic.
ago,
Yeah.
100 years ago, we didn't pay taxes. Our taxes were taken care of by tariffs. Because of the Civil War back in the 1800s, the wealthy people started paying taxes to fund the war. It was supposed to end after the war ended.
Well, are you familiar with like war bonds? That's the way more regular people paid into the war effort than any wealthy person did. If
But those were to create wealth amongst the wealthy.
Yeah, because you had people like the Rockefellers and all them who had the steel mills, had the trains, had the weapons. Those were the people who were benefiting from like government contracts. They weren't getting money, and they
Of
definitely weren't
course,
giving money to the country by anything other than their contract services. They
of
made so
course.
much more. And yeah, I mean, I'm familiar
The
with like the
Rothschilds were
the
Jewish, but they were born in Germany.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, oh my God, I could get into the whole Zionist thing, but like, look, you also said that you don't like that there's trans, but like, what's your gripe with trans people?
They don't have no right with trans people.
So why don't you want to support education that they exist, or what was your gripe with the book then?
Okay, you want to talk about gripe with trans? I
Yeah.
don't think that a 5-year-old going to kindergarten to learn how to color needs to learn about why some person wants to wear a dress.
But
It
you,
don't matter, dude. You're
but
42 years old.
how and where is that happening? Is the question. Like what?
All over the place. There are so many people out. I mean, the whole education system. That well, it's not DEI. There's another bullshit thing for it.
Okay.
But they want trans and gays to be taught in schools.
Well, let me ask you this: like, what's wrong with that? Like, why would you not want somebody to know that
So
trans and gay people exist?
if you go to school
Okay.
and you need to learn reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Okay.
You need to learn history and science and world knowledge.
Sure.
You don't need to know why Jenny's sleeping with Billy.
But again,
That's
I've
ridiculous.
literally never seen a curriculum, and I worked in a school system. I've never seen a curriculum, particularly for
Okay,
elementary
so
school kids, that says anything about you know anything of the sort like that. Like so like what are you,
okay,
but
so
okay,
so you're
let's
telling
say that it
like
is. Let's say that it is. Let's
okay,
say
so
that it is.
you
What's wrong with that?
okay you have, okay, so you have a 5-year-old little girl.
Yes, I do.
Do you think that sexuality? Do you think that an adult
Mhm.
should talk about sexual acts and sexuality and all that with your child without your presence?
But to ask that is to intimate that that's what's happening. That is not what's happening. So
So, but when
she
you're talking about transgenderism, that is an adult discussing things with your child.
Well, no,
I think you,
honestly,
I
I
think
don't
you,
have a problem with her. She knows all about trans people and what that means, because
I mean,
she
you're liberal, so
understands.
you're a liberal in the UK, so I mean, UK
Well,
is
that's
kind of
because
weird.
I don't care for that. She knows that she's a little girl, and that some people feel like they were born a little girl but aren't a little girl. Like how did what
But
I don't
what
bring
would you
in
say?
other things to that conversation.
Mommy.
What would your daughter say? Hey, mom, I think I'm a boy.
Yeah, okay.
Mommy.
What would be
I
the
would.
problem with that? What's wrong with that?
Do you believe in science?
I absolutely.
Mommy, can I please tell you something?
Okay, so
Not right now.
do you understand biology?
Very much, yes.
Okay, so you
And
was
I
asking
gotta I
what the
gotta put you
problem
on
with
hold
your
one
daughter
just
saying.
1 second. 1 second. I was like, what's
Go
up?
ahead.
I showed him my video song. Now what I do?
Now you go to bed. It's almost midnight, sweetheart. Go to sleep. Take your shoes off. Go to bed. I'll be up in a minute. Okay, I love you. I love you. Go to sleep. Come bring me my phone and go to sleep. I'm so sorry. What was your last question? I'm sorry.
I don't remember
No, you were
anymore.
saying like
I
what I
mean,
want to tell my 5-year-old, or she came to me and said that she was a boy, and then you asked me if I understood science and biology.
okay, so would you be okay with? I imagine your child is in kindergarten.
First grade, yes.
Okay, in America we start school at 5 years old. So okay, first grade. Um, would you be okay with your child's first grade teacher discussing sex with your daughter, telling her where babies come from, discussing
But
what gay is?
that is not. I don't care if people if she knows what gay is, because she's got a
Okay,
friend who has two moms. She watches a TV
okay,
show with a little girl who's got a little vet. It's a cartoon about a
okay,
little vet for make believe animals, and she has two dads. Like, so she knows that
okay.
that's what gay
So let me
is.
ask
She
you.
doesn't
Okay,
need to
so
know
okay,
the intricacies, just
okay,
like she can see her teacher who is married to a man. But why do you think then that suddenly her understanding that her female teacher has a male husband, that we're suddenly then talking about their sex life? Like, that's why does your thinking conflate
okay.
those things?
Okay. So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Your views on sexuality are completely separate from mine.
But why? Again, like, I don't understand what's
Okay.
wrong
Okay.
with her
So
knowing that trans people and gay people exist. She doesn't need to know the
okay. So
intricacies of penises and sexual acts.
okay. So okay. So you are saying it's okay for your child's first grade teacher to teach her about all of these aspects,
Yeah, because these are
and
real
you have
relationships and people. So
okay. Correct. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing. Gay people can be gay all you want.
okay,
Okay. So what I'm saying is you have your views on gays and whatever.
okay.
Now me as a conservative, I come and I have a different view. Would you be okay with me having a different view coming in and telling your 5 year old child these are my views, your mom is wrong?
Well, again, what am I wrong about? What is it you feel is so wrong with
Exactly.
her knowing
Exactly.
gay people exist
Exactly.
and trans people exist? Like, I think you're thinking that for
So
me to tell my daughter that a trans person exists means that I'm then going into this whole conversation about, this person's penis or this person's breasts, or how, like, or the surgeries that it entails.
okay,
Like, that's just
exactly,
not what's happening.
exactly, 100% exactly. So
Okay.
you take your child's education talking about penises and partners and sex and whatever. My 5 year old dolls, trucks,
Same
playtime.
with my 5-year-old. Same with
So
my
so
5-year-old.
so my 5 year old son thinks girls have cooties.
Okay.
And when I was 5 years old, girls had cooties too. I grew up to be a normal man in my view and aspect of that.
So do you think that if you were taught that some little girls like to play with trucks and some little girls feel more like little boys, like suddenly your little boy is gonna be gay,
No,
or that
because
he's gonna suddenly be trans?
I have a sister. I have a sister who's 2 years older than me, and I played dolls with my sister. My sister played trucks with me. So no, I mean, I'm not going to put genderism on that. What I'm calling out is like trans library hour, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
You know, where I draw the line is telling a child it's okay to have two dads.
What is
No, it's
wrong
not
with
okay to have
having
two dads.
two dads? What why is it
You
not
have
okay?
you so okay. So how many dads do you have?
I have one dad and two moms
No,
because
you
my
don't.
my dad
You,
divorced my
one
mother and
man.
married my stepmother, so I have two wonderful moms.
Okay, so one man impregnated one woman, and then you was the product of that relation.
So what you're saying is that my
The other
5-year-old
woman
who's
is a
adopted, who did not come from my body, that's not my child. We're not a family because the man and woman she came from were not me. Like, how are you making any
you
sense?
are you. I mean, I'm not trying to sound disrespectful, but you are her adopted mother. You're not her real mother.
Yes, I am
Your
her real
DNA is
mother,
not her.
but I'm her real mother. I'm her absolute real mother.
Okay, you call
I'm
yourself her
not
real mother,
I'm not her biological mother, and she knows and understands that, but it doesn't make my love for her
biological.
or her any less my child.
No, I'm not arguing that. My dad was kidnapped from his family and placed in foster care
Oh,
back in the 50s.
damn. That sucks.
So, um, my dad's Native American,
Mm,
and I mean, I can't remember the guy's name, like Warren Churchill or something. He wrote a book, Save the Indian, or something like that. Can't
mm,
remember the name of the book, very 20 years ago. But my dad was a Native American, and he was kidnapped from his parents
mm,
and put into the foster care system and told that Native Americans are dirty, worthless people.
mm-hmm,
And then
mm.
he was, he said, it, it affected him for the rest of his life. So I'm not calling you out for being a foster mom. That's a great thing. That's something that everybody needs to aspire. I envy you. You know, I don't make the money to foster kids because there's a lot of kids out there that needs to be loved.
Well,
You
like
know,
all I'm saying by even
but
bringing it up, though, I'm sorry. All I'm
my
saying
dad
by
would tell
bringing
you
it up, I keep talking over you. Your dad, what now?
my dad. I'm not going to tell you my last name,
No, no.
but he tells me that Mr. and Mrs. Are his mom and dad. They are my grandparents, but they are not our blood. You know, they are not his parents. They adopted him. He calls them mom. I call them, grandma and grandpa. He calls them mom and dad. My dad is what 80 years old. He's gonna be 81 this year.
Oh, wow. Sorry.
And my grandma, she's gonna be 104 this year.
Mm, mm.
And I know that I call her grandma, but I know she's not my real grandmother.
Well, again,
I mean,
you
I
gotta
I
understand though that for all intents and purposes, that's your grandma, that's his mom. So
no,
at
I
the
mean,
same time, I understand that his biological parents were different, and it sounds like, I hate to say this because I don't know, but it sounds like they were kind of shitty people. That even though they had,
no, he was so,
I
no.
mean,
So
to
I
make
mean,
him literally hate
it,
himself and to hate where he came from and to
no,
literally steal him away from his
no.
people, like that's horrible.
You're talking yourself into a dark hole.
Well, no,
Um,
correct me if I'm wrong, because
my
that's what I'm hearing from you is that they told him that he was ugly and dirty, and they
okay,
taught him to hate
so I
his
can tell
people.
you. I'll tell you this.
Hmm.
Hiteki ata hayata. C'était la petite. Okay? You probably don't
What does that
understand
mean?
that. You call yourself an American. That's a Native American language.
Nice.
My
So he
dad
was able
always did.
to
My dad,
get his culture.
my my. So when I was growing up,
Mhm.
my dad hid his language.
Mm,
I know Navajo fluently.
nice.
The thing is, my so there's a thing called the Trail of Tears. I'm sure you know that.
Mhm.
You consider yourself to be an American. So children were taken up until like the 1980s.
Mhm.
Children were taken from their Native American parents and put into like the foster care system.
Yeah.
My dad was a victim of that in the 1950s, and he was put into that system. There's a movie out there. It's called I think it's called Little Tree.
Okay.
With this little boy, he's taken his parents and grandparents. They're Native Americans, and they're living their life, and he's taken them from their parents and put into the foster care system, and they're told that they're worthless. You know they're bad people or whatever, and then they're translated into the so-called Great American Society.
Mm.
And it's like one thing. It's like everybody sits there and says like, "What does MAGA mean?" I
Mm.
love it when people ask me. I
Mhm.
love it when people ask me, "What's MAGA?" When was America ever great for me as a black person? When was America ever great for Native, Spanish people? When was America great? Back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and 90s. You're 42 years old.
Yeah.
Do your parents own a home? How
Yes.
much was how much was a house back in? Okay, so you're 42 years old. So how much was a house back in the 80s?
For a lot of black people it didn't matter because they weren't able to get mortgages. Or if they were redlined
Damn.
into a specific lower income area or
No,
all black community. So,
actually, you use a keyword redline. That was actually outlawed in like the 60s or 70s.
but you
So
think as soon as they
honestly,
say stop doing something that it stops? Are you not seeing like the even the
um,
gerrymandering that's still happening with districts today? That doesn't just affect voting, that affects the level of public schools your kids are allowed to go to. That affects how much money goes into your communities. Like that, it's redlining is very much
oh,
alive. That's why you can tell.
um,
Uh, I
my
want you to look at
okay, so
something. And I'm sorry.
my skin
I feel like I'm
tone's a little
talking
bit.
over you a lot, and that's not intentional. I promise. Like so. Go ahead. What were you
No,
saying?
I apologize. I'm talking to you on the phone and I'm watching your video.
Oh,
So it's
yeah. I'm
like
just
your
on
video
you.
is like your your video is like out of sequence with me.
Yeah. No. No. Just I'm just
So
talking to you. But no.
yeah.
I get what you're saying. I really do. But I guess I'm just trying to take it all the way back to your dad being adopted, and me having an adopted kid. Like again, I absolutely understand biologically. I'm not her mother. Um, my husband's not her father. I get that as far as biology,
No,
but we
no,
have a
no,
very real relationship to her as
absolutely.
her parents.
You are her parents.
And
I
so
mean, yes,
all I'm
100%.
saying then,
You are raising her. I mean,
so how
are
is
you
it
the
wrong then for two men who have the same love for their child that my husband and me have for our daughter, who is our daughter? How is that any different, or how is that wrong then for two moms or two dads to not be able to have and show that same love for their kids?
because because when you have a homosexual parental guidance, I feel personally that you're putting your own sexuality views into their head.
Well, again,
So can
how
okay,
how
so
does
let me
that
ask
make sense when all that we have in the way of most normalized parental structures is the mom and dad? So where did they come from? Where did gay people come
okay,
from
so
if most of what we're seeing and what's shoved down our throats is heterosexual relationships? So wouldn't it then stand to reason that just because their parents are homosexual, that unless they too are homosexual, that they'll grow up to be whatever they're going to be? It just doesn't,
I think there's a lot
doesn't
of
really quite make
manipulation
sense.
there. I think that's a lot of manipulation because
Okay.
God created man.
Oh gosh.
God
Okay.
created Adam, and then He used a rib of Adam to create Eve, and it's all created in God's image. Eve, I'm not trying to belittle you or anything,
Okay.
but Eve was to be like um, a pillar of Adam.
Okay.
You know, it's like, yeah, there's gay stuff all throughout the Bible. I'm not going to argue that. I've seen
Thank
it, I've
you.
read it, I've heard
Yes.
it.
Where do you think
You know,
Sodom and sodomy comes from? Yeah, you're right. But
Sodom and Gomorrah,
but
yeah, that's the end time thing. So it's like Sodom is like the moralization of society because he was such an immoral person. So you can sit there and call Sodom is like yeah, he was a womanizer, he was a
no,
thief,
Sodom
he was a
is a
murderer.
city. Sodom is a city. Sodom and Gomorrah are cities.
No, yeah, I'm talking Sodom as a person.
No, there's no Sodom as a person. Are you thinking like the Marquis de Sade?
Yes.
That's a whole different thing. That's more sadism. That's where that word comes from. Sodomy is based on the word Sodom from Sodom and Gomorrah,
I
which
think
are the
there's a
two
lot.
cities.
See, I think you're a good person, Peterson. You're having a very respectable conversation with me. I am very surprised
Why? No, and honestly, like I
because because there are so many people on this app that have so much toxicity to
oh
their oral. You know, it's
oh
like it's attack. I'm grateful that you and I are having a conversation on the phone.
oh no, thank you for calling me.
You
I just honestly I'm genuinely trying to understand. Like even when you say uh I know you're Christian and you're going back to Adam and Eve and whatnot, but in my head as an atheist, like I then think, okay, if Adam and Eve are
oh
the first people and
God,
they had
hey,
two sons, right?
God, please put some down her soul because she does not believe in you. Please do not let her fall into this trap.
No, but let me ask you,
Go ahead.
Adam and Eve had two sons, right? Cain and Abel.
They had they had many children. Cain and Abel were their first children.
So then where did the rest of the people come from? Where did the rest of the
To
people
be honest
come
with
from?
you, to be honest,
Like,
yeah,
so,
I'm gonna give it to you. There, you read the Bible.
so I'm just saying though.
Uh,
I'm just saying like
God created.
God is
No.
very pro
Yes,
incest. It
yes.
sounds like if that's I don't believe the story of
Honey,
Adam and Eve is
mi
true,
amor,
but
por
if that's
favor.
you can go ahead. Sorry.
I'm. Yeah. So, God created Adam and Eve,
Okay.
and then Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel.
Yes.
So Adam and Eve also had other daughters. And if you
Yeah, they
look
had
at
to
the
have,
whole
right?
aspect, and if you look at the whole aspect of that timeline,
Okay.
Adam, Cain, and Abel had children with
With
other
who?
daughters of Adam and Eve, and so on and so forth.
Can I tell you something
You know,
that I know to be true? Um, there like to believe that is to believe that we are all products of incest, and that's And
Yeah.
honestly, the truth of it is, and if you actually read Genesis, there were people here. There were people here. There were other people here. Like I think I'm probably wrong, but I think uh Abel's name, uh, Cain's wife's name was Ruth or something. Like she wasn't a child of Adam and Eve. Like so there were other people here,
I
you
don't know.
know. So
I've read the Bible. I've read, two versions of the Bible. I've read
yeah,
the Quran. I've read the Torah.
yeah.
I'm confused in that. I'm gonna give you that. That's very confusing time.
Well, so I'm just saying, like,
But
the
so it's
Bible
like
has
for
a
me,
lot of
it's
stuff
like
that is that's a little
the
bit what we would view as morally reprehensible today, is all. And so,
yeah. So you look at Adam and Eve
sure,
incest,
yes,
and then you fast forward to Noah's Ark, more
incest.
incest.
I don't want to
So
go that
it's like,
far. Look at we're talking about Sodom and Gomorrah.
yes,
Remember when they left the city and the cities were burning, and was it Lot's wife looked back and she turned into a pillar of salt. Um
yeah.
God
I think her name was
put it
Sarah.
in, so he left with his two daughters. Now, even in the Sodom and Gomorrah story, it's fucked up because he basically two angels came to tell him to run in the first place. And before he knew they were angels, the whole city of Sodom and Gomorrah wanted to grape the angels. And so Lot was like, "No, don't grape the angels. Grape my daughters." So he sent his kids out to go
I
get
don't
graped.
remember that. I mean,
This is the story, I'm telling you.
I,
And so then so the angels were like, "Oh, you did us a kindness. We're here to relay this message that you need to leave because God's going to burn down Sodom and Gomorrah." So they leave. Lot's wife looks back. So it's just literally Lot and his two cum dumpster daughters who are running in they're basically what's essentially all that's left of the world, technically.
I
Um,
agree.
so
I agree.
so he
The
then
Bible is very confusing.
but then God forces the daughters to get Lot, their father, drunk so they can grape him and have kids by him. So it's nasty. It's nasty. And it's nothing that, again, we would say is
I I
morally
I, I
righteous
agree.
today, right? Like, we wouldn't tell our
I
kids,
agree.
our
The
people, to go
Bible's
kill your
very
son. Oh, I'm
confusing.
just kidding. Like he did to Abraham. Like it's a lot of shit in the Bible that we, even if you look at the same shit that's like, so all I'm trying to get around to is that where the Bible says being gay is wrong, like right next to it,
Yeah.
it says that you shouldn't wear mixed fabrics and you shouldn't touch pigskin
Okay,
and
so
things like that.
mixed fabrics. Mixed fabrics. What are the mixed fabrics that the Bible calls out?
I don't even remember. All I'm saying is, like, we wear
So it calls
polyester and
out the
nylon and
mixed
all kind of shit today. So it's clearly we don't
polyester and
follow that
nylon are not
rule.
mentioned.
Well, polyester is
So it
plastic, and I'm
calls
sure they
out
didn't have that back then. But all I'm
it
saying
calls
is,
out linen, wool.
sorry, go ahead. And
It,
I'm not trying to talk
okay.
over you. It's just it's like you're.
Oh no.
But go ahead.
Yeah, kind of like
Sorry.
so the only part of the Bible where it calls out don't wear mixed fabrics is it talks out about mixing linen and wool, and the reason being that um I guess more that the head of the spiritual, more like a preacher or whatever, they would wear garments, parts of linen and wool.
Mm-hmm.
So that was so to mix garments, linen and wool was more of like a superior being.
You know what's so
They don't talk
crazy?
about all the fabrics that we mix now
Mm-hmm.
because back 2,000 years ago the I guess the preachers or whatever you want to call it,
Mm-hmm.
they would have garments and they'd be made of wool of one part and another part would be made of linen, you know. That's what they're talking about. You, as an ordinary individual, should not represent yourself as being a superior being. You know, you don't have the authority to represent yourself as that.
Well, what's so wild
You know,
is that nuance that you're seeing in this one thing in the Bible that actually applies to the very place in the Bible where it does talk about homosexuality. The nuance there is that it's not saying that you shall not lay with a man if you're a man. It's essentially saying, and if you go back to the actual Hebrew, and you can follow a gentleman named Dan McClellan, he's broken this down. He's got like 2 PhDs in theocracy in the Bible and shit. I am not that smart, but he breaks down how those passages that say homosexuality is wrong, they're saying what you're saying. They're actually saying that it's not that a man shall not lie with another man. The actual Hebrew is saying that a person who is of a higher station shall not take advantage of someone who's in a lower station. Is essentially what it's saying. So I love that you're able to
yeah.
apply this nuance to things. So again, if you're going to do that same thing with the
Well,
only thing in the Bible that is anti-gay, it's not really
no,
saying, that being homosexual is bad. There wasn't even
no.
that
If you
concept
read the
back in the day.
Bible,
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
if you read the Bible, there's a lot of things where the master would have relations with their slaves,
Yeah,
their
they
other
had a
male
lot of rules
slaves.
around that too.
So, so yeah, I I don't understand all that. You know, you do you want to be gay, you do you.
But
You know,
again,
I don't care if you want to be
what's
gay,
wrong with
you
then
do you.
seeing your kids seeing gay people or your kids being raised by gay people, or like, even if let's say that
Because
that's true, that them being raised by gay people is going to make them gay. Like, what's wrong with being gay? Especially if you do look at that nuance in the Bible where even the
nothing's
Bible's
wrong
not
with
saying that there's
nothing.
anything wrong with homosexuality.
Nothing's wrong with it, but natural is natural.
But being
You
gay
know,
is natural.
if you
There's so many animal species, mammalian animal species that have homosexuality, and avian species that have homosexuality,
it so okay, so
and
yeah, I hear your
transgenderism, and transgenderism.
okay. I hear your argument that one male dog will hump another male dog.
No, no, no,
Is
no.
is
There
that
are
is that
lions.
gay?
There are lions that where
Uh,
it's just two men and two
correct.
male lions who, okay, sorry, I had like balloons fly up for some reason, where you'll see couples, male couples. And
Okay,
if a
correct.
girl tries to come into their couple, they will literally kill them. Like they're the couple. There's penguins who are
It's domination.
male homosexual male couples. In fact, the penguins that are raising oh, what's the big fat king penguin that the king penguin that was just born and it's really fat? Wasabi, is that the name? But
I don't know.
it's
I
being
don't follow
raised by
that.
a gay penguin couple. So, I mean, homosexuality, having a male female relationship is very common in nature. So I mean,
I don't believe that's common.
it's very common. But even if it wasn't, even if it never happened anywhere but in the human species, what's
I
wrong with
think
it?
it's
Again, what's wrong
it's
with it?
it's a weaker male being dominated by a stronger male,
So women are
or it's a
weak.
weaker
So
female.
women are weak.
No, no, it's a weaker female being dominated by a stronger female, or it's a weaker male being
So
dominated by a stronger
in
male.
heterosexual
There are
relationships, the
no,
woman is always
absolutely,
weak,
absolutely not,
or there's always a weak
absolutely not,
person in the couple.
absolutely not. No, there are weak men that's being dominated by stronger women.
Again,
So
let's say
you
that that's
always
true.
going
I
to have.
disagree, but let's say that that's true. What is wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So
You
then
do
why are
you.
you upset about my kid learning
In my,
that gay people exist, or that I just don't understand the correlation. Or why would you
you,
still be so up in arms about teaching your 5-year-old that
be-
hey, there's gay people in the world? Like what's wrong with that?
okay, so let me ask you. Okay, so let me break it down to this.
Okay.
If okay, you have your views on homosexuality.
I actually I try to have views that are universal, as in I could die, the
Okay,
whole world could go to shit, and then we suddenly evolve again as a human species, and we don't have any history,
okay,
and yet we look up and we see, oh, wow, gay people are a thing, and trans people are a thing, and there's no Bible to tell us that's wrong. There's no preset social morality to tell us that's wrong. Like, what would then?
okay,
So I try to base my anything I believe on, is it rooted in actual nature and actual science and things that are replicable and things that aren't based on fairy tales or a Bible or a myth or a story. So I
okay,
will say, like, I think my views are outside of myself. They have nothing to do with what I personally have an opinion on.
okay,
Okay,
okay.
it's a
So
long answer.
you have
Sorry.
your view. Okay, okay,
Yes, I have
totally
my
fine.
views. I'm
So,
sorry.
you, so you have your views and opinions.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay, and you and I have only been talking for an hour.
Hmm.
Do I have the same views and opinions as you?
I think we're actually finding we have a lot more common ground than we might have thought. I genuinely do.
Yeah,
I genuinely do.
I think you're a cool person, and I mean I wouldn't be here in the conversation with you if I didn't think that. But do
Thank
you
you.
think that do you think that your views are 100% aligned with my views?
I mean, of course they're not, but don't you feel that we
Okay.
have at least come a little closer together on some things? Like, I
Yeah.
don't think you feel as like I think you maybe are questioning why you feel so strongly about homophobia, or being concerned
I'm, I'm
about.
not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not homophobic. I have friends that are gay. I sit there and
Well, you can have friends
these
that
are
are
the same
black and
questions
still
I ask
be
them.
racist. You can have children that are black and still be racist. It's not, you can have friends that are homosexual or whatever and still support
Yeah.
clearly a
Oh,
person who wants to do them
okay.
harm. So
Yeah.
that's the thing. All I'm saying is
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think you and I have
You're right.
actually found quite a bit of common ground. I think we did. Cuz, like, think about this. You were
Yeah.
saying how
I
like some of your morality comes from God and comes from the Bible, and I think we both established that there are things
okay.
in the
Yes.
Bible that
Yes.
we both find reprehensible, that we wouldn't support today. So
Okay. So
yeah.
okay. So my question to you is:
Okay.
you have your views
Mhm.
and whatever. I have my views.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you that you are left and I am right.
Okay.
Would would you rather your daughter? Would you rather you teach your daughter your views and have her follow your morals more on your side, or would you be open to her learning my views and morals and going completely right from what you believe?
Um Views and morals were based on replicability, on empathy, on science, then I wouldn't have a problem with that. But it just so happens that more right wing views do not align with reason or logic, or again, empathy. That's a huge one for me. Kindness. Like, it seems like you even talking about, like, the relationship has to have a weak person and a strong person. like I just I don't have a hierarchical view of anything. So when it comes to, um do I want my daughter to have left or right view? Like, as long as she's learning things that teach her how to be a kind person, that are age appropriate for her, that, again, if I died and she had to learn anything, that there were things that were replicable, that were science based, then I don't give a shit, you know. But it just so happens though that to think that gayness is wrong, that being trans is wrong, that teaching kids age appropriate sex education and family structures and gender, and like, to think that that's wrong or
Yeah.
harmful, to think that that because my daughter's adopted, she's not my real kid, to think that, you know,
I,
that abortion
I'm not
is
taking.
wrong when it's something that is a medical necessity for some people, like, or to think that, even like, to go all the way back to what we were saying, to think that women can't just have sex for pleasure, to think that, like, to hold the thoughts that you do as a right-wing person, you know, that it just so happens that those land in the realm of homophobia, of transphobia, of misogyny. They land in the realm of racism, of xenophobia. They land in a realm that I don't want my daughter to go into. So the short answer to your question
There's
is I would absolutely want her to be a kind and empathetic person who is
mm,
taught things that are, again, appropriate for her age. But
I'm
here's where you and I
yeah. So
agree. Here's where you and I agree. I agree. I don't want my daughter learning about sex and very intimate subjects at 5 years old. You know, I agree that uh, abortions shouldn't have to be necessary. I wish there was way more sex education. I wish there was way more contraception distribution, and I wish there were way more programs to help women who uh, are facing a situation where, you know, they might need a pregnancy, an abortion. I wish nobody had to have a small abortion. You know, but so I think we're on the same page on so many more things again than I think you're trying to say. So to say you're left, I'm right, or I'm left, you're right, whatever. I don't even want to take it there, my friend, because I think you and I hope we can continue to talk. I know I've taken up so much of your time this evening. I'm sorry,
I I
but
I follow you. So yeah, we're
well,
going. I
thank
mean,
you.
I'll come go. So the thing is, my oldest daughter,
Hmm.
she's 24 years old,
Nice, nice.
and we had Thanksgiving, and she didn't come.
Oh
We had
no,
Christmas party, and she didn't come. We had New Year's, and she didn't attend. You know her reason was?
what were her reasons?
I'm a Trump supporter.
Well, what do you think that's her reason, or what do you think
That's what
her
she told me.
what do you think her
She
real
she told
reason
me
was?
because she told me because you voted for Trump, you're a Nazi, you're a white supremacist, you're uh, all these different talking points. And I go, baby girl, you're Latin. Your mama is not an American citizen. You know, it's just like so mind-boggling. My daughter's mother is you know, she's got her U.S. citizenship now, but I give her mother money all the time, even though we haven't been together for years. My daughter is not even on child support no more, but I still give her mother money because she is a good person. And she called me a white supremacist and you know, anti-immigration and all this other bullshit. You know, that's the thing that really fucking pisses me off is that liberals sit there and put all of us into this very small box.
Hmm.
You know, it's like you're not doing it. But it's just like you sit there and say, I'm conservative. I voted for Trump. Oh, you're a Nazi. You're a white supremacist. You're a misogynist. Okay, so my my first wife was an immigrant, and my second wife is an immigrant. My children are not white. They have a darker complex than most of the people who, I mean, I'm using you as an example. all of my children
I'm
have
the brown
darker skin
paper
tones
bag.
than you.
Uh-huh.
You're a human, you know. So my children come from South America, and they have darker skin tone than you.
Mhm.
You know, I don't consider them to be lesser. I consider them to be human. They have American citizenship. You know, and it's like people put me down for having all this fucking views. It's like, how fucking ridiculous. I told my daughter, she's like, I'm not coming to your house for Thanksgiving because you voted for Trump. I'm like, okay, I'm inviting you for Christmas. She didn't come for Christmas. So I told her, I'm like, I'm giving you for New Year's. Since
What's
you
that?
since you wrote me off for voting for Trump, you wrote me off for voting for Trump, for Thanksgiving dinner, for Christmas dinner. My will's being redone, and you're written out of my will. You get $1 now. My oldest daughter, 24 years old, and she says that I'm a white supremacist, that I'm a racist, that I'm a fascist, that I'm a Nazi. My grandfather fought in World War II against fascism.
Mm.
He fought against socialism. So, socialism, communism, fascism. My grandfather taught me as a soldier in World War II that socialism, fascism, communism are all the subject of the same demon.
Mm. Bless you.
So it's like when people tell me that they're a socialist, when people tell me that they're a communist, and when people sit there and call me a fascist or a Nazi, I put them all in the same boat.
Mm. Kind of like what she's
My
doing to
grandfather.
you.
No, I send my daughter every day. I send my daughter a text message 2 times a day. When I wake up in the morning, I say, "Good morning, princess. I love you. Have a good day." And before I go to bed, I tell her, "Good night, princess. I love you. Sleep well."
Mm.
And
So,
she never responds to my messages.
so why?
She
Well,
is
first of all,
my daughter's still my princess.
of course she is, and honestly, I'm sorry to hear that so much pain is permeating your household and your family. It sounds
She
like.
went to college.
Say that one more time.
She went to college. She went to college.
Well, I I honestly, if you'll allow me to maybe speak for
Huh?
her for a second, and maybe tell
Go ahead.
you perhaps what she's maybe having a hard time verbalizing. Uh,
Go ahead.
I think she loves you very much. I think that you are her hero. I think that it's very
Uh,
obvious to me that you are someone who she respected and put a lot of stock in. And I think what happened is that when she saw you vote for someone who, and for whatever your reasons may have been, she's seeing that you voted for someone who themselves is a misogynist, is a criminal, is a rapist, is a is a racist,
See, okay,
you
okay,
know.
okay, but
So,
let's go back right there.
okay.
You sit there and call President Trump misogynist
Yes.
and a rapist and all that. You
Yes.
can't call President Trump a rapist because he was never convicted
He is
criminally
a
of rape.
adjudicated rapist. Yes.
He had a fascist trial
Okay.
that kind of sidetracked him on rape.
Well, listen, I'll take that out. I'll take that. I'm striking that from the record, okay? But again,
Because
speaking as
okay,
your daughter, she's seeing you vote for someone. She's seeing the man she loves, the man she respects, who she admires. Vote for someone who is so categorically against her and her interests and who she is as a woman, as a young woman, who I'm sure is very concerned with her reproductive rights, is very concerned with perhaps her. You said she went to college. There's a lot of liberalness in college. She probably has friends who are LGBTQ. She probably has friends who are trans. She might have people who she cares deeply about who are now in the crosshairs of this person who is outwardly
not
transphobic,
really.
outwardly, homophobic, and then just for herself,
Okay,
an outward misogynist
so
to now
so
put policies in
so my
place that are going to again hurt her specifically and directly. And then not that's not
so
even
one of my
getting
best.
into the fact that she's Latin and he's going
Okay,
against immigrants and Hispanic people in Mexico as hard as he is. So all I'm saying
he's
is,
not though. He's not though.
how is he
He's
not?
not though.
How is he not?
So 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 my best friend
Okay.
David, he's trans.
Okay.
You know, and I've been friends with him since 2013.
So he's a trans
She's
man?
known him for years. Correct. You know, I accept him. I love him, and you know, he comes to my house for barbecues on weekends. You know, he
Mm-hmm.
was here Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh.
You know, and it's like you believe what you believe. You know.
Sure, but again,
You
I'm trying to speak
know.
to you as your child because it sounds like there's a miscommunication, that there's a
No.
disconnect. For her
So what
to
she tells
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
me is my professor told me. My professor, taught this. Okay, so you went to college for 6 months and you were taking the professors, I raised you for 20 years. I'm paying yours for your college education. Well, my professor taught me this. Okay.
Okay.
And then next semester started. Dad, they're saying that I'm behind on my tuition payments. Okay. Did you ask your professor to pay your tuition? Because he's teaching you a lot. I'm not paying your tuition no more. You want to disrespect me and hate me and call me a white supremacist and a Nazi and a fascist, and you don't even know the definitions of those words? Shame on you, little girl.
Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of pain. Again, that's permeated your
There's
household.
not, there's not,
It
there's
it
not enough
seems it
because
seems to be a cycle. It
because
seems to be that you hurt
absolutely,
her with your action, and so she's now trying to
absolutely
hurt
not. Because
you with her action. She said
her
that
twin
she
sister,
I'm
her
sorry.
twin sister has a completely different aspect of life.
Sure, but we're not
You know,
talking about her
she
twin
is the only
sister. We're
one.
talking about her and perhaps where her feelings are emanating from, you know? So all I'm saying is, as a woman, as a liberal, I'm just, as someone who, if my father voted for Trump, I wouldn't speak to him either. It's not because
Okay, so let me ask you a
I
question.
don't love him. It's because I hold him in the highest esteem. And I feel
Okay,
like
so
for
let me
him
ask you a
to
question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're 42 years old.
Yes.
Do you know who your father voted for president every
Yeah,
term
absolutely.
for
Yes.
president?
Yes.
And you judge your father on who he voted for every term?
Um no, but if he voted for Trump, I would absolutely judge him. Yes.
So that's ridiculous. So my mother,
Why? Why is that ridiculous?
Okay, so let me. Okay, so
You
my
don't think there's
mom,
a fundamental
she voted.
difference between every other president, every other person who's run for president, and Trump?
No.
So
So
how is
so
Trump
my
like
mom.
other presidential candidates that have come in the past? And
Okay,
if
so
he's so
my mom,
similar to them, why would you vote for him if he's not different?
so my mom,
Uh huh.
she voted for Jesse Jackson back in the '80s somewhere.
Okay.
She voted for Bill Clinton. She voted for Obama, and she voted for Trump. So my mom is all over, but her political views have not changed.
How have they not changed if she voted for Trump?
See, because that's where you're at. You think that you think Trump's a 34, felon.
Again, I'm willing to strike that from the record. I'm willing to just look at what he's actually what I'm not even looking at what he's done recently. I'm looking at what he ran on. Cuz again, your daughter
Okay,
stopped talking to you based
okay,
on who you voted for, not based on what he's done after he was
so judge,
inaugurated.
so judge, so judge it,
Say that one more time.
judge it,
Judge it?
judge it. You said you're willing to look at what Trump done before what he's done now.
Oh, no, I'm looking at
So
like
judge.
his 2016 run, how he managed and mangled the COVID response. And then also the
Okay,
promises
so
that he
judge it,
made in the
judge it, judge it,
well,
judge it.
again, this is what I'm attempting to
Oh,
help you
judge
understand
it.
about your daughter's judgments,
You
if
don't
that
need
makes
to.
sense.
You don't need to make me understand my daughter. You're talking about the COVID response.
Sure,
You
sure.
know, it's like, okay. So let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
How come that America had tens of millions of deaths,
Uh-huh.
but China had several thousand?
Oh
How
gosh.
is it that
We don't know what China
America had?
accurately reported or not.
Okay, no. You look at what it was world meters COVID. I don't know if it still comes up or not. I was watching that, but it's like America, far exceeded the death,
Yeah.
but all countries very few. It's like
Well, because
seriously,
generally the rest of the
I.
world managed the pandemic way better than we did. Way better than we did.
But you're in the
Way better.
UK, so how can I judge you based on the UK aspect?
Oh, I was in the US during COVID. And so no,
But you
I
flee.
saw firsthand how shitty Donald Trump
When
handled
when did
that.
you leave? When did you leave the U.S.?
2021?
Under Biden, correct?
Yeah.
You left America under Biden.
Yeah. Yeah.
How, do you eat eggs?
Listen. I think we're getting a little off topic. I genuinely just wanted to again,
No.
the whole point of this show is that I think we can find more bridges to one another than what separates us. Because talking about eggs, like again, I think you and I are more concerned about our grocery bills than we are about
Yeah.
U.S. aid. Honestly, like so to even bring that up when that doesn't touch our daily lives, I think
I
that's getting away from the
I
point. Um,
I eat 4 eggs every morning for breakfast.
I mean, eggs here are awesome because we don't have
How much
a
is a
whole
dozen eggs there in the UK?
couple pounds. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But I know they're not expensive, and
How
I know that they're
many
here.
ounces?
We have a stock of eggs to purchase. Like we don't have a whole avian flu situation going on like America does. Um, so
Yeah,
yeah.
that's artificially inflated too, though.
I mean,
I can't remember
okay.
the woman's name, but there's a lot of farms that's being called out because this woman says, "Oh, the avian flu is there, so call out the whole farm." So like right now we're like 5 million chickens short, So eggs went from $1.10 a dozen in 2020 to $5 a dozen in 2025.
But look at every other grocery item, especially the ones that come from Canada, that come from Mexico, like all of our fruit and vegetables pretty
Okay,
much, maple syrup and things
okay,
like
so
that.
look, look,
Yeah.
look, 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 look at Heinz ketchup. Heinz ketchup is an American product. Heinz ketchup makes ketchup from American tomatoes here in America.
Good, good.
However, Heinz ketchup makes ketchup in Canada from Canadian tomatoes. But
Okay.
Canadians don't want to buy the Heinz ketchup because it's seriously. I'm so fucking dumbfounded from
Can you
fucking
blame them?
society
Can
anymore.
you blame them? It's literally like your neighbor randomly attacking you for no reason and then giving you the most arbitrary reasons, which you then fix anyway,
No, no,
and then they still continue
it's
to
like
attack you. Like that's crazy. So I think
Canada
Canada
is
has every right to be pissed with us. Yeah.
Canada is boycotting
Good.
a Canadian company producing a product from Canadian
You mean an American
produce.
company producing a product with
No,
Canadian?
no, 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 absolutely not. No, correction to you.
Heinz is Canadian?
Heinz Heinz is an American company. However,
Mhm.
they have a factory in Canada that produces ketchup from Canadian tomatoes
But if it's an
in
American company,
Canada.
I'm all for them boycotting whoever they want to because that's a democracy. That's capitalism. That's
Okay,
saying I'm not going to put
no,
my dollars, my Canadian dollars towards supporting a country that out of
so
nowhere
you're
and
not,
for no reason
so you're not,
started a trade war
so you're
with
not,
me.
gonna, so you're not going to put your Canadian dollars to supporting Canadians so that Canadians have to go on unemployment because the factory in Canada using Canadian tomatoes
Right.
to make a product make that make
I
sense.
support that because again, it's not like they started it. It's not like they did anything to initialize this. So if their response to Americans doing something that hurts Canadians and Americans is something that will unfortunately have to hurt some Canadians to in order to hurt the Americans back for what the
But it's
Americans
not though.
started, I
But it's
get it.
not. But it's not though.
But you genuinely can sit there and say
It's
you don't understand their
but it's not though.
their thinking.
Heinz Heinz ketchup is produced in Canada
That's
with
fine.
Canadian
That's
product
fine, but it is an
and sold
American company, right?
just like just like Toyota. Toyota's produced in America, but it's a Japanese country or product.
Okay.
Nissan, Toyota,
Sure, sure.
BMW, they're produced in America.
Yeah. Oh, look. I feel like we're
But it's like
veering off
you
off course a bit. All I'm saying is that in my eyes, and I'm sure it sounds like in your one of your daughter's eyes, a vote for Trump was a vote for all these things. It was a vote for us to antagonize Canada and Denmark and Greenland and Mexico and everybody else who are our allies. It was a vote to kick people out
yeah.
of the
One
country
thing
who didn't do
one thing I'm
anything.
really having a hard time with though
Uh-huh.
is are you an American?
Yes.
Okay, you're an American. You live in the UK. You have your U.S. citizenship.
Yes.
Okay, so we're on a level playing field. What state are you registered to vote in?
North Carolina.
Okay, so North Carolina. You realize that there's a lot of people in North Carolina that's without home because of the hurricane that Biden ordered $700, and Trump took billions of dollars going to Ukraine. Like, no, dude, we're not sending $20 billion to Ukraine. We got people in North Carolina that need a place to sleep.
You want to know what's so sad about that in particular? First of all, the FEMA payout for the people who had immediate needs was $700 for that first day, for that first instance of need. I think they even raised that to 1,000. I'm not sure, but that was just the first request. That was the cap for that. They were able to continue to make requests. They were able to implore that insurance companies stop dropping premiums and things. I mean, so that Biden and Harris managed that situation fantastically. The governors on the ground actually said the same thing, even in Florida. So I'm not worried about Biden and Harris at all. They did a great job. What I'm worried about is you have, and I have an echo now for some reason all of a sudden. But my issue is with Trump, who only supports disaster relief if it's a community that voted for him, or if he can get some kind of concession from it, or do a tit for tat with that. And also the whole mass
But
immigration or mass deportation thing that has hurt North Carolina and all these disaster relief areas so much, because there is a particular type of construction. Oh, and what is it called? I think it's called relief construction. It's like a specific genre of construction that is specifically about going into disaster zones and doing the cleanup and doing the reconstruction for areas that have, 9/11 level asbestos in the air and who knows what in the floodwaters, and, very dangerous post disaster areas. The people who go in to do that construction are primarily undocumented immigrants. So doing all this mass deportation, even just the threat of it, he's already implemented it, but even just the threat of it has caused a lot of those people to not go to work. And so a lot of people in North Carolina are not able to rebuild. They're not able to rebuild.
I've been watching that on TikTok.
Well, so all I'm saying is, like, if we're looking at who's doing what, it's almost always going to be Trump that's not going to come out on top with his policies, with his.
Okay, so what jobs do undocumented immigrants do?
What do you think they do?
Nothing. Welfare.
So if that's the case, first of all, you can't get welfare without a social security number.
Kind of yes and no. So basically, what I'm telling you is, you have a TikTok account because you and I are conversing on TikTok right now. I mean, I'm on my phone. I use it's called text now, because you wanting people to call you is kind of weird. I didn't want to give you my real phone number, so
I don't have a
text now.
I don't have enough followers, I guess, to do the guest thing. So as soon as I get 1,000 followers, I think I can then.
How many days have you gone live?
This is like I'm in my second week, so I'm a baby TikToker.
Okay, so I had like 300, and I was able to bring people up. So.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I'm very new.
You probably get a lot of reports. Yeah, I mean,
probably because I'm talking about a really contentious. I'm talking about really contentious topics.
You have a lot of misinformation.
Well, again, where have I said anything that I didn't immediately look up? And if I was wrong, where did I say I was right when I was proven wrong?
You gave misinformation, and then you Google, and you're like, oh, wait, whoa, I was wrong.
Well, the only thing that I was wrong about, I wasn't even wrong about. I was saying that the ultrasound machines are not actually playing the sound of the baby's heartbeat, which is true. But of course, the baby it does have a heartbeat, but it's manufacturing the sound of the heartbeat. So again, I'm willing to admit that I was wrong. That yes, babies do have a heartbeat at 6 weeks, But I'm not wrong that the ultrasound machine, that whooshing noise you're hearing, is not the actual sound of your baby's heartbeat. So
Yeah, but you have a lot of anger and hatred that you keep on throwing at me.
like what?
You're trying to tell me that my daughter is correct in hating me because I have different views
Oh
than her.
no, not at all. Like honestly, sir, I didn't say that at all. In fact, I said that the reason that your actions hurt her so badly is because she loves you so much, because she trusts you, because she respects you. So it's like if
But you
if some
don't
if
though.
some man on the street, like you, I don't know you, you voted for Trump, and we're still talking, But like I said, if my dad, who I love and I thought and think loves me too, did something that was absolutely against my best interests and was to take my rights away and could potentially kill me, I would think my dad doesn't give a shit about me, even though
What
I love
rights?
him so much.
What
So,
rights?
so my
What
reproductive
rights does
rights, my
Trump
right
want?
to life,
What rights does Trump want to take away from you?
like literally my right to exist. If I were
Absolutely not,
trans,
because
if
Trump.
I,
No, because Trump gives each state the individual right to
but
determine what
see, but that's knowing
abortion
that,
rights are in
but
that
that
state.
all the southern states except for Virginia had trigger laws in effect that were immediately going to take away women's rights.
Yes, but okay, so it's like my one of my friends works at Disney World down in Orlando, Florida, and abortions were illegal in Orlando.
Okay.
She was able to go to, I can't remember what state it was. She was able to go to another state, and the insurance paid for her abortion. They even gave her, she was able to get money for hotel fees and all of that.
Well, think about the poor
I can't
kids.
remember.
You
I
try to
can't.
say there are
But it's
exceptions for grape and incest. So think about the
but
poor
she wasn't. She
12-year-old
wasn't
kid
raped.
whose
She.
dad was essaying
See, now that
her.
you're just being
How is
weird.
she going to then have the money to go across state lines to
She
get us
don't
some
need to.
abortion, instead of
She don't need
going
to. So
locally?
so so if a female is a victim of sexual assault, whether it is flat out rape from a stranger or it is a sexual assault from a family member,
Hmm.
she is capable of contacting an adult,
No, that's not true.
letting them know what happened. No,
That's
100%
not
true.
true. In
She,
fact, like that's
so
been proven. Can I tell you a statistic that I saw recently? Um
I don't
that
care about statistics. So are you married?
yes.
Okay, so if your husband was to assault
Hmm.
your daughter is capable of going to an adult and confessing the assault to that adult and getting treatment, care,
But
and
there are
assistance.
I saw recently a statistic. I know you don't care, but I care that 65,000 people who have been raped had to carry their rapist babies to term because they lived in areas where they could not access abortion care.
But that's
65.
not true. But that's not true.
All right,
That's not true.
I'll show you.
So, do you want to Google something?
Sure.
What state is Plan B illegal?
Oh man, I'm using a lot of my poor laptop's energy here. Let's see. Uh I'll do both of them. What state is Plan B illegal?
Illegal.
None yet. Yet. You realize that that's the very next thing that they're going after.
Ouch! 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 Ouch!
You know what?
I'm sorry,
Literally,
ma'am.
literally
Ouch.
a couple of years ago, if you were to say, well, where is Roe versus Wade? Where is that no longer in effect? You know, things change very quickly. So I'm absolutely
So no,
certain that we're going to
basically,
have this attack on nearly
so
65,000
so so
U.S. rape victims could not get an abortion in their state, analysis shows.
so basically what you
65,000.
said. So basically what you said, 65,000 of rape victims could not get an abortion. However, 100% of all rape victims could obtain a Plan B pill if reported immediately after the rape.
Wow. So a woman who's just
Wow,
experienced the
correct.
most traumatic event of her
Wow,
life is perhaps in physical pain, maybe is in the hospital even. Who knows
correct,
what the situation is.
correct. So
Just
if you
now
have
she's got to
if
consider that what the 72-hour window if she's lucky, you know, to then take
I
herself
mean,
to the pharmacy, spend money that she might not have on a, you know, like
no,
honestly, it's
they're actually
things
free at the health
happen.
department in every state.
And again, things happen to
They're actually free
65,000 women or people who could
free in
get
every
pregnant.
state. My sister was way back in 1992,
Mhm.
and this is you know in the state that I was in, abortion was legal. She went to the doctor and she said she was raped. She got her whole rape kit thing, and she was given this. They were given this pill. My mom and my dad had a conversation. Is this pill abortion? Blah blah blah. They had a conversation
That's
with
wonderful
the
that
doctor. They
that
had a
this anecdote
conversation
happened
with
to
the
you.
priest,
I
and
was
then she was
graped.
able to take.
I was graped in 2001 and I was
Okay,
catatonic for
I'm sorry.
months. Months. I wasn't thinking about going to the pharmacy. I got very lucky. I didn't get pregnant, but what if I had? Then I would just be SOL like these poor
Did you go
65,000 people?
did you go to the police?
No, I didn't.
Why?
Why would I? I
So
was
so you
very
was right.
afraid. I was
So
very afraid. I
so
was catatonic. I was hurt. I was physically
what
hurt.
year was this?
2001.
2001. So you was what? 18.
Yeah, I was 18. And not only that, I was in a lot of shock. And I also thought that I was like I've had a lot of therapy since then. I've very much processed this. But at the time,
Okay, so
I thought I
you
was
did,
complicit.
but
I
you
thought
didn't
I brought it
take
upon
care.
myself.
You didn't take care of the situation.
No, and I very well could have gotten pregnant from that. So I got very, very lucky. Very, very lucky.
Okay? Do you understand? No, not even not lucky. Do you understand the pregnancy window?
Please explain what you're talking about.
So, do you understand the cycle of a woman?
Very much so. Yes. What
So,
do you think a pregnancy
so
window
in a
is?
third, so in a 30-day cycle, how many days can a woman get pregnant?
There's like a week in there that she could get pregnant.
Correct. So you have the menstrual cycle, and then you have the ovulation. So when an ejaculation occurs inside of a woman, there is a 5-day window that a woman can get pregnant. There's 5 days in a 30-day or 28-day cycle that a woman can get pregnant.
It's like 5 to 7, but okay.
Yeah, 5 to 7. Yeah, I mean
It's
every
fine.
woman's a little bit different.
Well,
You
what
know.
does that have to do with me being raped and not? I mean, I was very,
Did
very
you ever go to the
affected
police
by
station?
this. No,
Did
no,
you ever go to the police?
no, no.
Why did you go to the police?
Why is that my
So the guy who
responsibility when I'm
they
the
they
victim?
they got they the coward who violated you, he walks free.
You know, and honestly, that's something again I talked to. Okay, Oh, he hung up on me. I don't think he hung up on me. I think something happened with the phone. Um, Maybe Shuffle called me back, but no, I absolutely didn't. I did not go to the police because, again, for starters, I thought that it was just as much my fault that it happened. Um, I wasn't able to share these details, but I was drugged. And so a lot of it was murky as to what actually happened. Here's my friend. Hi, I thought you hung up on me. I was like, oh no, he's angry.
No, I don't know what happened. It just kind of booted me and stuff.
No, it's okay. But honestly, I think it's sounding kind of weird now. Like, are you still listening to me through TikTok?
No,
Oh, there
TikTok
you
is
are.
like
There you are.
very far off me. So
Yeah, no,
yeah.
no, this is better.
So
It was weird for a second, but no, I mean, I was just relaying that I know for a fact personally that uh if I had gotten pregnant, and again, I'm not one to go off of anecdotal accounts, but just in my situation, I would have been one of those 65,000 women if I had gotten pregnant because there was no way I was in a mental state to do shit after what happened to me. Um,
okay, yeah, but this that or the other. Did you report them? Do you know who assaulted you?
I couldn't tell you their last name, but I knew their first name at the time. But the thing was too is I was drugged,
Did you
and
report them
I
to?
didn't come out
Did
of from those effects for a few days too. So I
did
was
did, did
done.
you did you report the assault to the police?
No, because again, I took it upon myself as well. Like I thought I was just as much at fault. So I was like, I should have watched my drink. I shouldn't have been at this guy's house in the first place. Like so I again I've worked through this in the last almost 20 something years. But
I'm not judging you.
I'm
I'm
just
not
saying
judging you.
at that time after that happens, a person who is raped is not thinking, oh, well, now I need to be fastidious and and especially if there is a situation where it is a family member or a loved one or somebody who's abusive or whatever, there might be so much fear, there might be so much guilt. There, you cannot know what
No.
somebody's going to do. So all I'm saying is that's all I'm saying is like it's great that
Yeah.
plan B is an option, but that's not one that everyone's going to think to take clearly because 65,000 people were not
Not
able to
really,
get
because
some abortions. So that's all
I
I'm
spent
saying.
2.5 years. I spent 2.5 years in prison
Oh no, for what? If you don't mind me
because
asking, sorry.
for assault and attempted murder
What?
because my niece was raped,
Oh no.
and I went after the motherfucker,
You know what's so
and
crazy?
I put him in the hospital.
Do you want to know something
He don't
wild?
have.
Mhm.
I took my buck 118
Mhm.
and I removed all of his reproductive organs, if you know what I mean.
Oh wow.
And when I was arrested, I went in front of the judge and they asked me, how do I plead? And I pleaded, I am an uncle that protected my niece.
Mm.
And it's like, you plead guilty or innocent. I plead a protective uncle. I removed his cock because
Mm.
he did not know how to use it properly.
Wow.
So
That's
yeah, I went to
wild.
prison for a few years. I'm a convicted felon.
But you want to know what's so crazy is my dad is a third degree black belt. He is a gun owner, and I mean he's won like shooting competitions. My dad is a violent man. Okay. And
I'd still
when
cut his cock off if he raped somebody.
but here's the thing. No, I'm saying more so that if he like if he knew what happened to me, like that I would then have to have watched my dad go to prison.
Well,
So
you didn't
so,
tell your dad?
so no, I did not. I mean, I told him eventually, but not until years and years and years and years and years later. Um, and even then, he was like, "Okay, where is he at? Where is he? What's his name?" You know. And so, I mean, so I, so it's sad that I, as much as I didn't like, of course, being raped. I also didn't want to see a person die, and I also didn't want to see my father go to jail. So again, I don't know what's in everybody's head when they get graped, but
But
that's
does it
all the
matter? But
stuff that was running in my mind when as to why I did not report the guy. If that makes any sense to you, you know?
does it matter?
Yeah, because I don't I first of all I respect life and I don't want anybody to get hurt.
So let me tell you
um,
something.
yeah.
So, so my niece, she was assaulted, and it was like 6 months later.
Hmm.
I was over at my brother's house, and everybody was drinking, and she was 18 years old.
Hmm.
It was New Year. Give everybody a shot to celebrate. And one of my other brothers commented about her acts, and she said, everything that happened.
Hmm.
It took one conversation. I wasn't even drinking that night. I was completely sober.
Hmm.
I knew where he lived. I went to his house. I beat the shit out of him, and I took my hunt knife and I Lorena Bobbitt at him. If you know what I mean.
I do,
I
and
took the saw. I took
I'm
the
old
sausage
enough.
off.
I'm that old.
I took I took the sausage off. I told him you'll never do that shit again. Fuck you, dude. And the next day, he went to the emergency room and whatever. He didn't get it back. I threw it away.
Mm. Mm.
He's now a little eunuch.
Mm.
I went to court. I pled guilty, and I did what I did because what happened happened. You know,
Yeah, and then you were taken away
this is
from your niece and your who needed you and your own kids
she did.
for two and a
They,
half years. That's awful. So
but they know that I am the beast that will protect them at all costs.
well, so
They
think
know that I am the beast.
but think about this. If she didn't have you, if she didn't have the wherewithal to get the grape kid and to talk to the adults in her life.
No, she for 6 months, and
Well,
when she confessed it,
uh-huh.
he got the shit out of him. He went to the hospital because he was fucking got the shit beat out of him, and he become a eunuch.
Well, but so in
That's
that
the
6 months, if you had discovered that she had been impregnated from that incident, you
and he
know,
would have had the shit beat out. He would have been a eunuch, and she would have been pregnant by a eunuch.
well then, but that goes back to then I think also your daughter. Like what your daughter is seeing by you voting for Trump is that you're basically telling your niece that if she had gotten pregnant by this deplorable, awful human being who was so bad that you had to do that to him, yet you're going
He
to
was a
force
worthless
her,
human being.
but you're going to
He
force
wasn't a
her to
deplorable.
raise his baby that was
So
put
accord,
upon
so
her
so accord,
through
so
SA.
accord, according to Hillary Clinton,
Hmm.
I am a deplorable.
What do you mean?
I'm deplorable. Hillary Clinton said people who support Trump are deplorables.
Well,
So
I don't
I'm
think it's
for it.
that. I don't think it's that. I think it's more so that to force a woman or anyone to have to carry the baby of somebody who would do that to them. You don't think that's
Oh
deplorable?
no, absolutely, absolutely not. So absolutely not.
You don't think that's
Absolutely
deplorable?
not. So when a woman has an assault on her,
Mhm.
she has the obligation to go and report that.
No, she doesn't.
Oh,
Not at all.
if she don't, okay, so if she don't report that, and she don't take it upon herself to go to the pharmacy and get a Plan B pill just to protect
She
herself,
she has no
and she becomes
obligation to
pregnant,
do anything. If
then she
somebody
needs that. Then she needs to take the responsibility and raise a baby. That
Not at all.
she's what?
No. You have to understand if a person grapes someone or essays someone, the responsibility is on that person to not have done that. Period. By way of them doing
I
that,
agree with that. I agree with that.
there's
That's their first
nothing else that
responsibility.
should be put on this poor person who had to experience this event. There's no obligation. There's no obligation at all. Just like there shouldn't be an obligation to raise that person's child. I think that's
But if a
absolutely
woman,
horrible.
but if a woman, so if you have the flu, should
Okay.
you take medication to recover from the flu?
I think that if I live in a household where I could potentially give someone else a flu, I should do everything I
You
can
live
to make myself well so I don't get other people sick.
if you live in a cardboard shack by yourself and you come down with the flu and you have the means to take medication to recover from the flu, should you take it?
I think it's my choice. If I don't feel like doing it, and I'd rather say I take flu medication and it makes me feel loopy or it makes me nauseous, I'd rather deal with, all I'm saying is that's my choice. It's up
You're
to
a
me.
strange,
And also
you're a strange
if I
person.
live in a box,
I
but
think
if
that's why I like you because you're a strange individual. You're a
but
strange person.
you
I
would
think
want
that's why I like.
but you would want that if you had the flu and you didn't have to worry about anybody else catching it from you. And you take flu medication and it makes you feel worse than if you had not taken it. You wouldn't want the option to not take it?
Wait a second. If I have the flu
Mhm.
and I take medication that makes me loopy,
No, if the medication that you could take makes you feel worse than if you just rode out having flu symptoms. And wouldn't you
okay,
at
so
least want the option? Wouldn't you at least want to be able to make that choice for yourself whether or not you take the medication? Is what I'm asking.
yeah, so okay, so full
So how
disclosure,
are
I'm an
we not on the
alcoholic.
same page? But how are we not on the same
Full,
page?
we're on the same page. Full disclosure, I'm an alcoholic.
Okay.
You
My
know,
dad suffered from that. I had to go
some
to
some
NA meetings with
some
him for years. Yeah.
some some days I'll drink a handle of rum.
Mm. Mhm.
Next morning I feel great. Some days I drink a liter of rum, and the next morning I feel like shit.
Mhm.
So does that mean the next morning I'm not going to drink a fifth because one day I felt like shit? No, I'm going to drink because I drink.
But because alcoholism is a disease. Like that's not your
It,
fault.
it, no, it's not. It's not a disease.
How is it not? And how is that like how is
Alcohol.
you
I mean,
viewing it as something that you're choosing to do helping you in any way? How does that benefit you?
alcohol is alcoholism is a mindset that controls your life.
Because you can't help it.
HIV is a disease. HIV is a disease.
Well, I mean,
Alcoholism is not a disease. It's a mindset.
it might it might
Unless you're
be
an
it
alcoholic,
might not be
unless you're
communicable
not,
by sex, but it's certainly something that could be
unless
genetic.
you're not, unless you're an alcoholic, how can you demoralize somebody?
Oh
Are you an
I'm
alcoholic?
absolutely saying that you should not feel
Are you an alcoholic?
demoralized. No,
Are you an
my
alcoholic?
father was a narcotics
Good.
addict, and an alcoholic.
Uh,
So I've
okay.
lived through this. So
Are you
I'm
an
telling
alcoholic?
you, baby,
Are you an alcoholic?
no, but you should not feel
Okay, so okay,
demoralized because you're an
how can you say
alcoholic.
I have a disease? How can you say I have a disease
Yeah.
when you don't understand the whole mindset
Again,
mindset of
that's not
alcohol?
my opinion. That's not me saying it. That's what, if you look up alcoholism in the DSM-5, like it's an actual
Go,
codable disease. It's according to
Google's
science.
weird. Google's weird.
You mean to Google's
Google,
alcoholism?
Google this.
Hey, chef,
Google,
before I do,
Google.
before I do, can I just say that the reason that I can appreciate alcoholism being deemed a disease is because it helps me to feel more empathy for people who suffer from alcoholism, because it's not your fault. It makes me feel like you should be less demoralized. You shouldn't be so hard on yourself. You shouldn't feel like, "Oh, I made this choice. I made this decision," when it's not you. It's literally how your brain is wired. So I think you should be kinder to yourself. I think you should be,
I,
a little more forgiving. Give yourself a little more
I,
grace.
I, so disease is a illness. I think alcoholism is a destruction caused by Satan.
Well, let's look it up. Let's look it up.
Look it up all you want.
Is
Google's weird.
alcoholism
Google's
a
weird.
disease?
So you're a liberal.
Alcohol use
I guarantee.
disorder is a chronic brain disease, and people who have the disorder and stop drinking are prone to relapse. AUD is associated with a range of health problems from liver disease, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, again, this is Yale medicine. This is not me. This is Yale medicine telling you, stop being so hard on yourself. It's not Satan. It's your brain, and you can't help how
Did
your
you Google
brain is
that?
wired.
Me and more. Did you Google that?
I'm looking at it you can see it on Twitter. I mean, on TikTok.
Did you Google that? Did you Google that?
Yeah, to look at Yale
Yeah.
medicine.
Okay, so
who I trust.
So Google this.
Okay.
Google this. Was Obama a good president?
Yeah. Yes, he was. I think he could have done a lot more.
Wait a minute. Wait. Obama was a dictator from 2009 to 2016.
So if Obama was a dictator and Biden was fascist, how did we just democratically elect Trump?
Because we've seen the failures of society.
But how is Obama still in office if he was a dictator? Like, Putin is a dictator and he's still in office after how many years?
Because Constitution allows.
So of all the presidents we've had, which one is actually actively attacking the Constitution?
Okay, so Obama was dictator from 2009 to 2016, and then President Trump become president from 2017 to 2021, and then Obama become dictator from 2021 to 2024 or
Obama
25. Obama was dictator of the U.S. That's why everybody sits there and says we had an insurrection January 6th. January 6th was an insurrection.
Okay.
What? Do you understand what an insurrection is? Insurrection means overthrowing the government. When was the government overthrown?
Attempting to overthrow.
So in January 6th, 2021, President Trump was the president. So if anybody was trying to overthrow the government and it wasn't overthrown because it had the same ideology, it was never actually overthrown. So therefore, an insurrection was inaccurate.
So
by definition.
if Trump was president and there was no insurrection, then how was Obama president?
How was Obama president for the last 4 years?
Yes.
Because you had a incompetent person that didn't know how to tie his shoes.
But I thought you said Trump was president.
When?
You said Trump was president and there was no insurrection. So wouldn't that mean that Trump was president?
Trump was president from 2017, from January 20th, 2017 to January 20th, 2021. Obama was president from January 20th, 2017, 2021 to 2025.
And he was a dictator. He was a dictator.
Absolutely.
So then how did we democratically elect Trump for 2024?
Because the American people spoke up.
But again, if there was a dictator in office, there is no constitution. There is no voting. There
wasn't no. I mean, do you realize how much voter fraud took place in this last election?
So then why didn't they do that for Trump to get in for 2024?
I mean, maybe you're sleeping. So back in 2020, it was like half of, Trump got like 0.75 vote and Biden would get like 1.5 vote. So if you voted for Biden, so for like every 2 people who voted for Biden, he got 3 votes. For every 5 people that voted for Trump, he got like 2 votes. More people voted for Trump.
Okay.
Very few people voted for Biden.
So let's say that that's true.
Same thing happened. So it's like, who was Trump running against for president in 20? Are you in a cult?
Well, wait. I'm just trying to understand if that were true. If Trump legitimately won, and
Trump won 3 times.
Okay, so Trump was the president because he legitimately won in 2021 through 2024.
Correct.
So then, and there was no insurrection. That did not happen. So wouldn't that stand to reason that Trump was president from 2021 to 2024?
No, because I mean there was a fascist regime over the last 4 years. That's why they tried to crush Trump, because they knew that he was going to take power again this year.
So how could they, especially if they were in office, even if Biden was like some kind of front for Trump or even Obama, like if they were fascists, if they were dictators, how did we then have this democratic, election that suddenly did not have any election fraud, and now Trump is the
there's a lot of election fraud.
So Trump is not the real president now.
Yeah, he is.
So
there was a lot of I'm going to go back years and years and years.
Okay.
So let's go back to 2008.
Okay.
I don't think that Obama got the number of votes he needed. I don't think Obama was actually president in 2008 or 12.
Well, what
Trump become president, and you look at Trump's votes, multiply that by like 1.5, 1.75. That's how many votes he actually got.
Okay.
Trump won this shit landslide because you look at the data,
Okay.
the votes were going Democrat Party like 1.75, 1.5 in some districts, and then Trump was getting like 0.75, 0.8. So
Okay.
you look at the actual votes, and it's not whole numbers, it's point numbers. How do you get point numbers? There is no such thing as a point. Are you a point? Are you a whole person? Are you a
For
whole vote?
quite a while. You're
Okay,
asking
so
the wrong
if
raced person, but okay.
if if, if, if you are a whole person
Uh-huh.
and you make a vote, how do you give a candidate a point vote?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know the intricacies and the nuance behind the elections, but what I do feel is that after the inaugurations took place, we were all effectively operating as Americans who were constituents of President Obama, of President Trump, of President Biden, of now President Trump, right?
Yeah.
Like no matter how they managed to finagle their way into office, after a certain point, you're kind of like, okay, well, I guess we're just going to have to operate with him as our president now. So like given let's go back to Obama. You said Obama was a bad president. So even if
Yeah,
he was
absolutely.
not like the legal president, he was definitely, I think, who people saw as president. So like what did he do as a president that you felt made him a bad president?
So for Obama, what made him a bad president was I went through foreclosure on my house
Mm-hmm.
in 2011 because of costs going up. My food costs gone up, my fuel prices went up, my insurance, I lost my health insurance. I was paying like $110 a month and had a really good insurance plan. He put his ADA in place. I lost my insurance because I couldn't afford $1,200 a month.
Mm.
You know, going from $100 a month to $1,200 a month. You know, going from uh, the $500 deductible to a $10,000 deductible. I mean, seriously, what the fuck?
Mm.
You know? And then I didn't have insurance under Obama, so I filed my taxes, and then I would have to pay like $1,000, fee every year for my my tax deduction because the jobs I had didn't provide insurance. I couldn't afford ADA insurance because it was $1,500 a month. Trump becomes president, he does away with the fee, and now I don't have insurance. I don't have to pay a fee, and then I'm able to get a job where I have insurance, and I'm paying $45 a month, and it's covering everything. I'm able to get back on my diabetic medication, and then I'm paying $35 a month for my insulin.
Mm-hmm.
To Biden becoming president, and my insulin going from $35 a month in January of 2021 to $300 a month in February of 2021, and then I have to ration my insulin, only using like a third of what I need,
Mm. Mm. That's
for the last
dangerous.
4 years. I can't afford it. So when Trump was president, I was able to get like a 3 month supply of my insulin, and then when Biden became president, he did away with the insulin mandate. I got a hold of my doctor and talked to them, and like, yeah, it's going to go back to like $387 a month, and I just paid $35 for a 3 month supply.
Mm.
It's like, what the fuck? So I spaced that out, and then it's like all these liberals say, "Oh, Biden's great, Obama's great." It's like, are you fucking opening your eyes?
Okay.
You know, one of my friends was talking about, oh, the insulin prices are going to go back. I'm like, I'm paying $300 a month for insulin right now, dude. I'm not paying $30 a month. I'm paying 10 times that. Come on, dude. Oh no, Biden brought prices down. That's only on Medicare. Who's on Medicare? The worthless women that divide their legs and allow penetration. They are on Medicare.
Oh my God.
My
Wow.
mom, she's on insulin.
Uh-huh.
My mom gets like $70 for EBT a month. $75 a month for groceries through EBT. My sister,
Mm-hmm.
she's on Medicare. She's a whore. She gets $1,250 a month for EBT.
Mm.
That's just because her legs have a wedge between them.
Gosh.
It's like when these liberals sit there and talk about how bad Trump is
Uh-huh.
because he's taken all these benefits away. It fucking angers me because people who struggle for help can't get help.
So what,
My
since
mom gets
Trump's,
my mom gets like two days of ramen noodles. She can't even afford eggs no more.
yeah.
If you
Eggs are
if you, if you
crazy.
voted for a liberal, shame on you. You're not liberals are not Americans. Liberals are liberals.
So what is
Liberals are
Trump
not Americans.
doing? Because he's said, I'm gonna bring these prices down. I'm gonna bring the price of groceries down day one. So did I miss something? Like, what has he been doing to help
Um.
with the economy?
So when election time, gas was $3.85 a gallon. And on the 20th, I think it was like $3.75 a gallon. Today is $3.65 a gallon. So gas prices have come down a little bit.
No,
Egg prices,
I
egg.
didn't.
So I'm talking about where I'm at. You're in the UK. I'm in
Okay,
America. So
I've seen. I'm not gonna fact check you, but I'm just gonna let you know. Like, no, nationwide. I'm glad they went down where you are,
I
but nationwide, gas
I don't
prices
care.
have gone up.
I don't
Yeah.
care about nationwide. I care about actual prices. What am I paying at the pump?
So you personally, your
personally,
experiences.
personally, where I'm at, fuel prices have come down like 20 cents a gallon in the last 3 months.
Okay.
My price of eggs have come down about 10 cents for a dozen eggs.
Okay.
10 cents.
Okay.
Grocery wise, um, I bought my pork loins.
Mhm.
They were about 2.50 a pound. Now they're about $1.75 a pound.
Okay.
Pork prices have come down. So my prices come down, my egg prices come down, my fuel prices come down a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. Let, let's go ahead and send these tariffs to fucking Canada and Mexico and all. Let them pay for our fucking expenses. Let's do away with our fucking expenses, dude.
Well,
I'm tired of paying taxes.
okay. I thought you just said you don't mind paying taxes.
I don't mind paying taxes, but I'm tired of paying taxes. So it's like what? So okay, so I okay, so I pay taxes to better my community, to better my society.
Mhm.
Why am I paying taxes to promote tourism in Egypt? Why am I paying taxes to promote a comic book in Peru to promote transgender? Why am I promoting why am I paying taxes to provide condoms
Oh
in
my gosh.
Afghanistan?
No, that's not true.
So so you look at like all the great things that Mr. Elon Musk is doing. He's doing away with he's exposing so much fraud in the USAID. You know, they're spending billions of dollars to Africa to combat like AIDS. It's like
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Do you want to know why?
so like, if you're in Africa and you have communicable diseases, why should I, as an American citizen, pay taxes to support your life? You made poor
You
decisions.
do you want to
Go
know?
ahead and
You want to know why? I can give you an answer there. Uh,
go.
Specifically, USAID does things like, I don't know. I've seen the whole condom thing and all this, and I've seen those debunked. Like, that's not real. Um, but yeah, the USAID definitely does support, with famines and food and drugs. There is a program for HIV in Africa, and the reason that America does all this is not to be magnanimous. It's not to be even empathetic. Like, the reason that they do this is because to have goodwill in areas where there are high concentrations of natural resources is smart. It's just good business. So when
Okay,
we're trying to mine lithium and mine nickel and mine all these things that we need for EVs and chips and silicone and all this stuff, would you rather China be able to come in to these regimes and say, "Oh, look how much we supported you. We've helped your people. We've built wells. We've done this stuff. Look at how we've helped your women with their," and who, or since America's been doing that, who do you think they're going to make these contracts with? Who do you think they're going to let have these resources? That it's literally,
but
it's kind of
at the
bullshit
end of the
because
day,
it's like, oh,
at
we're
the,
doing it to be so nice. No, we're doing it so we can exploit people. So what we're
at the
doing
end of
by,
the day, who
and I'm
cares?
sorry. Oh, I care
At
because
the end of the day, who cares?
I
I
care
don't
because
care.
everything's going to be so much more expensive. And then you wouldn't even need tariffs if these things were built and processed in America, or if they were able to have contracts with these people from Americans. Otherwise, you're paying China, you're paying Turkey, you're paying India, you're paying all these other people who did have these good relationships with these countries. Whereas again,
Okay, but
we give less than
but
1% of our budget, less than 1% of our budget to USAID. And look at how much we've gotten in
you're
return.
not in America, so I mean, you're talking UK budget.
You think my
Let's go
family is
ahead.
not there? Like, I don't have a residence there? Like, I don't
Let's go,
have a business
let's go
there?
ahead. Let's go ahead and dissect it a little bit. You got Greenland. They got trillions of dollars of natural resources that we can go and take.
Yeah, but
Then you have Gaza.
that's
Then you
bullshit.
have Gaza. You have
We're
Gaza. All these Palestinian terrorists in Gaza
But
causing all this war
I
in
thought we were
Israel.
anti-war. I thought we liked Trump because he was anti-war, supposedly.
Trump is
So
anti-war.
now we're
That's
trying
why
to
he.
start
That
wars with Greenland and Denmark
no, they're not wars. Absolutely not wars.
to go in and try to literally steal
No, he's not
a whole
stealing. Not
country's
literally.
natural resources.
Absolutely. No, absolutely not.
That's a
So
war
basically,
crime.
no, no, absolutely not. So basically, what Trump's saying is,
Uh huh.
we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Gaza because we stand with Israel and we put so many billions of dollars into the land. So we're going to take Israel and then we're going to take all these Palestinian terrorists out of our country and we're going to strengthen Israel because we stand with God. We're going to
Yikes.
stand. We're going to stand with Greenland because we spent billions of dollars in international money in subsidies and in welfare into to Greenland. We're going to abstract some wealth from Greenland because we put so much wealth into them.
No, we don't.
Holy shit!
To Greenland?
What the fuck? What the fuck about Panama? We built the Panama Canal. America built Panama Canal.
Mm-hmm.
Tens of thousands of Americans died building the
These are
Panama
not
Canal.
Americans, but
So
okay.
absolutely, we should take the Panama Canal back because it is a national security defense.
Well, let me ask you something. how does
Ask
any
me
of this
questions.
how does any of this lower the price of groceries or gas or
How does
eggs? Like, how does any, and also, is this what you voted for? You voted for.
absolutely I voted for because I have my own chicken, so my eggs are about 75 cents a dozen. That's about the amount of feed that I give my chickens every day. So 75 cents a dozen
You know,
my eggs.
I'm hearing this running theme with us. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but and this might actually have something that, if you can hear me, that may help you with your relationship with your daughter. But it sounds like you make decisions, whether it be voting, whatever the case is, where you shop, whatever. You make decisions based on what it could do for you, how it could help you, whether or not it will impact you, if it's in line with something that you believe, if it's a personal thing for Chef. That's how you operate, that's how you move.
Not
That's where you
really.
think. I mean, well, how not? When you're okay with eggs
So
because
I
you have chickens, and you're okay with this because you're a Christian and that's what God would say, and
so
it's, and you don't think that
so I've had
women.
I've
Uh-huh.
had a conversation with her, and she tells me that Joseph Stalin and Karl Marx were all good men.
Okay.
Do you know who Joseph Stalin is?
Yes.
Do you know who Karl Marx is?
Oh yeah.
Do you know how many lives that they've taken?
Well,
Do you know?
you
You,
can't
she
conflate
also said,
Stalin and
do you know who
Marx.
Mussolini
That's like
was?
saying, that's like,
Do you know who Mussolini was?
who?
Mussolini?
Mussolini?
Yes. You know who
Yes,
he
but you,
was?
yes.
He was. She says he was a good man. So all three of these
Does she
people are
though?
good men in her eyes. But she says that my political views are bad.
Well, again, just trying to offer maybe the devil's advocate perspective for you. Because again, the
Hmm.
running theme I'm hearing has nothing to do with
Who's the
Marx and
father?
Stalin and who
Who's
else. I,
So
I,
she calls me a Nazi and she calls me a fascist.
well, again, just to try to
Who
hopefully
is
give
who
you
is
some, a peek into where perhaps the
who's
dirt.
Mussolini? Who is Stalin?
Chef, just to give you again a peek into the where I think you guys have a difference of fundamental belief. Again, I think you do
College
things, and there's nothing wrong. No, there's nothing wrong with how you moved and how you
indoctrination
vote.
for the
Everything was democratic. It's fine. I don't think you're a bad person. I don't think she thinks you're a bad person. I think what
Oh,
she
she
operates
called me a
as.
Nazi. She told me that I'm another Adolf Hitler.
I think that she is more of the mindset that when she makes decisions, particularly when it comes to voting and who to support and political beliefs and whatever, she's not necessarily worried about how it might impact her, but how it might impact others. And I think that's literally where you guys diverge. I think you're more concerned about how things will affect you, avenge you, appeal to
So
you.
so when you
Yeah.
vote, do you vote based on how your vote will impact others or how
Yes.
your vote will impact you?
No, how my vote will impact others because I'm included in the collective. So I must think of the collective. And I think again that's where
Okay,
perhaps you
so
and me, that's
you're
perhaps where
you're
you and
you're
your
40,
daughter
you're,
have a
you're
divergence.
40 you're 42 years old. So
Hmm.
your first vote would have been Bush's second term.
I
So did you
I
vote for?
I was not
I
old. I
assume
was
you.
not old enough to vote for Bush, but I was in Tallahassee, Florida at the time, and I was in the Capitol building. We had an overnight sleep in where we were boycotting or protesting uh, basically that whole election, only to wake up and find that Bush was pushed forward because of his brother anyway. So I mean,
No, it
I
wasn't.
was
No, it was,
I was
the
very
votes were the.
disenfranchised with government for a long time, but I do feel that it's important because of how I see it impacting the world around me, my
So
community, my nation. Again, I don't give a fuck about America. Fuck America. I love Americans. I love
don't okay.
people. I
So
love, so anything I can
so
do to support those systems that impact my people, of course I'm going to vote in the favor
so
of the
you vote
collective.
so your presidential votes were Edwards in '04,
No,
Obama in
I didn't vote
'8
until
and
Obama.
'12.
Then I voted for Obama twice. Voted
So
for
you voted for
Hillary.
Obama twice,
Voted
then you
for
voted for
Hillary.
Hillary,
Voted for
then you voted
Biden.
for Biden,
Voted
and then you
for
voted for
Harris.
Kamala.
Kamala. Yes. Yes. So,
Kamala.
it's Kamala.
We're not gonna
She
call them.
had her she
So we're
had
not gonna
her
call them.
little 5-year-old niece explain that it's Kama in law. Kamala.
I,
So,
I, I, so, 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 so you're 42 years old,
yeah.
and I assume you went to a school in America,
Mhm.
and you was taught that syllables are cut off by vowels.
I
So
was taught
when
as
you
a
pronounce your
child that when
when you
somebody introduces
pronounce her
themselves,
name,
I call them what their name is as they tell me what their name is.
I'm not
So,
telling you what you're taught what their name is. When you
no, but
look
I'm
at
saying
a
I learned as
word,
a as a
when you
as
look
a 3-year-old
you look
how to properly respond to
yes.
people and call people. So, no,
So
you
when
can't
you
go down
I,
that road because
I,
that's just being mean on purpose and being
no, it's
disrespectful
not being
on
mean. No,
purpose.
it's not being mean.
How is it
It's
not
not
being
being
mean
mean. It's not
to
being
call someone out of their name when they specifically tell you
okay.
how to say their name?
It, it's not being mean.
Can
It's
I
not
can I can I go
disrespectful.
out on a limb and say that if I told you my pronouns were they, would you respect that? Like,
Absolutely not, because I don't
so
I don't
again,
go on things
you specifically would not respect that. You're specifically being
because
disrespectful.
you
So
told me
how is
that
it
you're a
not
mom.
disrespectful?
You told me that you're a mom, so I'm going to assume that you're a woman.
Sure,
So
I could be a
basically,
woman and be non-binary. You don't
why
know. But if I tell you
why
that
why are
they're
you being so
they,
combative?
no,
Why are
I'm
you being so
asking you
combative?
if, oh, is it because I'm black? You think that I'm being
Dude,
combative?
dude, I'm my skin tone's darker than yours, so
No, but you absolutely don't know what it's like to be black and considered aggressive and combative just by having a
I mean,
conversation. That's all I'm saying. But that's neither
my
here
skin
nor
tone
there.
is
I'm just asking.
my skin tone's a little bit more darker than yours,
But
and
would
I live
if
in
somebody looked at you,
America.
would they say
I'm
that, oh, this is a black
conservative,
man?
so I've been told many times, how are you? You're not black, you know, you blah 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 blah. Fuck whatever. So what dude, you are fucking a gaslighter, dude.
How am I a gaslight? Do you know what that means?
Because I'm trying to make a conversation with you, and you're like, I'm he, I'm a they them. What the fuck,
No,
dude?
I'm just saying if you can't respect how Kamala Harris, who was the vice president, we should know how to
Okay,
say her name, and you're
okay, so
deliberately going to say it differently? That's
let me
disrespectful.
explain. Let me explain something to you.
Sure.
So if you Google Kamala, Kamala, it literally translates to horrible in Finnish, and
Okay.
it is pronounced Kamala, and Finnish is horrible. Kamala.
Well, President Trump's
In
family name is Drumpf, but we don't go around pronouncing it Drumpf just because that's the correct way
okay,
of saying it according to his lineage.
So in English, you pronounce a word. The vowel is the defining part of the word. So you have ka, K-A, ma, M-A, la, L-A. So it's Kamala. Y'all want to sit there and pronounce it Kamala or Kamala. So you want to pronounce it C-O-M-M-L-A, which is completely separate from the actual pronunciation of the word.
So do you call Beyonce Bianca? Like,
and
do
then you want
you?
to sit there and say, and then you want to sit there and say, well, President Trump's name is Drumpf.
It is.
Correct.
But we call him
correct.
Trump because he wants to be called Trump.
So I'm not going to call you man because you want to identify as them, they. So
No, I don't. I'm asking if I did, would you respect that?
So-
And you said no, you wouldn't. So if
Absolutely
you
not.
wouldn't
So,
respect what I want to be
I
called,
don't want to call. I don't want to have I don't want to have an ignorant argument because liberals are weird. So you sit there and call President Trump Drumpf.
no, that's his
So
family
correct.
name. That's literally what his name is supposed to be. But we don't call him Drumpf because he prefers to go by Trump. So I don't understand why when someone says, hey, this is my name, this is what I want to be called, why it's a problem. It's just like if somebody was named Christopher, but they say, hey, you know what, I'd like to be called Chris. You don't just say, oh, well, it's Christopher here, and so I'm going to call you Christopher. You respect that person's decision on how they want to be called, right?
So I just pray to God that
I can't hear you at all now. Did you go away, or is it me? I think it's me.
No,
there you are. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was actually praying to God that you can understand, because I'm 100% agreeing with you that Drumpf was a variation of President Trump's surname in previous years, and it was adopted over time as my surname, or was my mother's surname was O'Sullivan when my great grandfather immigrated to this great nation, but it was adopted as Sullivan. They dropped the O. So I mean, you
like
so you sit there and talk about, oh, President Trump was Drumpf. Yeah. Correct.
But we don't call him that. We respect what he wants to be called, right?
But you don't call my grandfather O'Sullivan.
Yeah, because he said he wants to be Sullivan, right? So we call him Sullivan.
Because when they came to Ellis Island, there was changes made. There's a lot of anger. There's a lot of anger in you liberals. I don't understand the anger and the hatred.
What are you getting from me that says angry?
Because you're sitting there, oh, well, Trump's name's really Trump.
Did I say it like that?
Yes.
Wow. Well, no, I'm absolutely calmly saying that because we don't call him that, even though that is technically how his name should be pronounced, we call him what he chooses to be called, Trump. And honestly, that's how we would read it. That's how we would look at it and read it, right?
If you look at President Trump's name, his name on his birth certificate is Trump. You look at his father's name is Trump. Now, if you go back to his great-grandfather, it might be Drumph or whatever, how you want to spell it. But there's translations through immigration.
Well, look, all I'm saying, right? You're saying liberals are weird. It's just weird. It's weird to me.
Hateful.
It's just, I don't think it's hateful.
Are very hateful.
I don't think it's hateful for someone to say, my name is this, and then respect that that's how we're going to call them. That's how is that disrespectful? How is that hateful
You
or
know,
and how is that angry?
it's like a couple hours ago when I first started listening to you.
Mhm.
You're like, when was America ever great?
When was America great? For everyone, for all Americans. Like
Every
when was it great?
so so you're 42 years old.
Yes.
Is I don't mean to pry or be rude or
No, I'm an
disrespectful.
open
Are your
book. What's up?
parents are your parents married?
They're divorced.
Okay. So does your mom own a home?
Yes.
Does your dad own a home?
Yes.
Do they both own a home in the US?
Yes.
Do you own a home in the US?
No.
Do you have siblings from your parents that own a home in the US?
Yes.
So your parents who bought a home, you're in your 40s, so I imagine your parents were born in the 50s or maybe 60s.
50s, yeah.
So your parents were able, and so and you're a person of color.
Mhm.
So you're obviously your parents are not Caucasian. So your
Right?
parents. So when did your mom buy a house?
Well, the house she's currently in, she bought in I want to say 2006.
And then when did your father buy his house?
2020.
Did your dad never have a house before then?
Yeah,
He
they've
was always
purchased
renting,
houses.
or
No, they've only purchased, but the houses they currently live
okay,
in, that's when they respectively got those houses.
okay. So basically, when I say "Make America Great Again,"
Mhm.
I'm talking back to my grandparents, my parents. My grandparents and my parents have darker skin tone than you. My
Okay.
skin tone is a little bit darker than yours.
Okay.
Okay. My wife is Latin. My children, they're about what your skin tone is. So I own a home. I bought
Again,
my house. I bought my house
you.
back in 2003.
Okay.
Okay. And my house that I bought in 2003
Mhm.
was for $85,000. My house now is worth over $300,000.
Mhm.
Okay. Over 20 years. So now my neighbor trying to sell his house for 300 or some $1,000.
Mhm.
Is my child able to go buy his house? No.
Mm.
Can I buy my neighbor's house? No, it's too much money. But I Make America Great Again. When I talk about Make America Great Again, is I'm talking about make America affordable again.
Well, then
Back in the 90s and early 2000s,
how come he didn't say that? How come he didn't say make
make
America
America.
affordable again? How come it's make America
So
great again?
so what's greatness?
That's the question. That's what I'm asking. So
So
what is
okay,
great?
so 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 my view of make America great again
Mhm.
is let's make America what I had back in the early 2000s. Let's make America what my parents had back in the 50s and 60s.
Okay.
My parents were able to go buy it. My mom was 17 years old. My dad was 19 years old, and they bought their first house.
Okay.
I was 23 years old, and I bought my first house.
Okay.
My daughter's 24 years old, and she has to live with roommates because she can't afford rent.
Mhm. Yeah, but
You know, I bought my house for like $80,000, and my house now is worth over $300,000.
yeah. Well, and here's the thing.
So
I I
my mortgage payment is
yeah,
like $700 a month, where a new mortgage payment now is like 3,000 a month.
$3,000. Yeah.
Make that make sense. So
Well,
when I talk about make America great again,
mhm.
I want my son, I want my grandson to be able to buy a home on a low income job. I was working at McDonald's when I bought my house. I
So
was making $5.15 an hour when I bought my home. $5.15 when I bought my home.
so
My
if I
daughter makes
can I
like
throw out a couple
$20.
of let me throw out a couple of policies then that I think would help make America great again in that regard, especially like with
Go
housing.
ahead. Go ahead.
Would you agree with offering like a $25,000 down payment assistance program or something like
No,
that? Okay, why not?
no. Because me as a taxpayer,
Hmm.
why should I subsidize somebody for buying a home?
Why should you help with the fire department or the
Why?
libraries or the police department or the roads or the schools when you don't have children in school? Like
Because
what? Why should we do anything
because
if it's not
the fire
intended to
department, the
help?
police department,
Can
the
help
fire department, the police
you.
department, the
Can help
roads,
you.
they improve society. They improve
No,
society.
they help you. They could help you specifically if you specifically are in a situation. Would you support
Okay,
public libraries today? Would you support the building of schools when your
no,
kids are out of school? Like,
absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because the school district that I'm in, they just paying like $5 million.
yeah,
5 million. Do you know what million means?
yeah.
How many years would it take you at your current wage to make $5 million?
Do you know how much a billion
How many years?
is?
I don't care about billions. I'm talking about million.
I'm saying so.
They paid
If you're
five.
concerned with where
They
these five
paid
million goes, why are
me
you not
more.
concerned with the
Por favor, mi
billions
amor.
that go to like
I don't,
Elon Musk and that are going to these tax breaks for rich people? And like, I think I'd be more
because
concerned with the higher
that's
amount.
misinformation. That's misinformation. But what I'm talking about is
The tax bill.
what I'm talking about is the $5 million
Okay.
that the county I'm in. They spent
Okay.
$5 million build a baseball field. Baseball
Okay.
that only the high school can use. $5 million.
Yeah.
And if I go and I watch the game, I got to pay $10 to go and watch
Right.
my son
Right.
play baseball.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I knowing that they paid $5 million. And my son plays in the baseball team. I went to go watch him play,
Uh-huh.
and they're like, it's it's for me, my wife, we was going, just the two of us, $20. I'm like, the fuck you say? I pay taxes. Oh, it's going to cost you, $10 for. Fuck you! I called my son on the phone. I told him, dude, your mom and I is not going because they're trying to extort money out of us. So
I mean,
we're
they
going
do
home.
boosters
We'll pick you up when we're done.
uniforms and travel fees and stuff like because that the 5 million's for the grounds. That's a
The
totally separate
the
thing.
$5 million,
Yeah.
the $5 million was for the field.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I pay like $270 for him for his uniforms and all of his fees
Hmm.
when he goes on trips.
They have charter buses. They have
He called,
food and all per diems and yeah.
yeah, I have to give him money to go on these trips and everything.
Hmm.
So no, the trips ain't tax money. It's building the fields.
But here's the thing:
So it's like
we're getting into the minutia. So you would say you don't want your taxes to support public schools at all, just because you see how like one portion of
No,
one county spend it for one thing? Like, why throw the baby out with the bathwater? Like, I don't know. I guess it just again feels like that's because it's not something that could benefit you personally. You know.
in my county that I pay taxes on,
Mhm.
I think there's like 18 schools,
Okay.
and the county that I used to live in, there's a elementary, intermediate, and high school.
Okay.
Now the county that I live in, there's like 5 or 6 elementaries, 5 or 6 intermediate. It's just ridiculous. They have a ninth grade center, and then they have a high school. The high school is only for 10, 11, 12.
Hmm.
We have like 15, 16 different schools that breaks up our district. It's ridiculous.
Well, doesn't that just mean that your
I
area
argue it
is
all the time.
growing? That there's more growth, maybe more jobs, more
We
investment?
we have a lot of illegals.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it, but isn't
My,
that a good thing if it's padding your numbers to the degree that they have to
absolutely not.
build out so
Absolutely not.
many more schools? Like, that's awesome.
Absolutely not. My wife is a teacher,
Okay.
and she works for an elementary school,
Uh-huh.
and she's Spanish, so she has to deal with a lot of illegal immigrants in the school that my tax money is paying to support. It shouldn't be paying to support these little illegals. Deport them. I tell my wife all the time, don't tell me about these little pricks because I hope they get deported.
Okay. Well, them getting deported probably means their parents are getting deported.
Absolutely.
And so then that
I've already sent correspondence to the ICE, telling them about all of these kids in my school district that can't even speak English, that my wife has to translate for.
wow.
It's ridiculous.
So your Latin daughter gets really upset with you for voting for someone and for you yourself espousing that immigrants and Latin people are
No, my
less
American
than
daughter.
or
I don't have a Latin daughter. I have American daughters. I have
but you said
American
your
sons.
24
I
year
have
old
an American
was
wife.
Hispanic.
Yeah, she has Hispanic roots, but she's an American.
But her ethnicity is Latin.
No, her ethnicity is
Her
American.
nationality is American. Her ethnicity is Latin. You understand?
No, I
Like
mean,
they
her
don't
mom
care.
was an immigrant, and she had her U.S. citizenship when she was born, so she
Sure.
was an American
You said
citizen.
from South America, right?
Well,
So
her
she's
mom's from Mexico.
so she's half Central American. She's half
No, she's
Mexican.
an American. She's not Mexican.
But
She's
you
an
realize like
American.
that's the very thing that Donald Trump is attacking, that he's trying to take away.
Oh, absolutely not. That's the ignorance that liberals are trying to push.
How so? What is him
Okay,
taking away birthright
okay,
citizenship, if not
so
taking away your daughter's ability to be a citizen here?
what are you? What are you?
I am African American from slave days, I guess.
Okay, so you consider yourself to be an African American. My
I'm a
argument.
black American. I'm not from
Okay, so
Africa.
my argument is
Uh-huh.
Elon Musk is an African American.
Yeah. But he wasn't at first. He was an illegal immigrant when he first came over here. So
He was never an illegal immigrant. He
yes, he
had
was. His brother said that they
no,
were.
he had
He had a visa that he
immigration
let
status.
lapse. He and his brother that they let lapse. That's illegal. So yeah, I mean,
He had
but what's your let
he
me
had
let
a
me let you get
visa
to your point.
that
What's your point in asking me about where I'm from?
I don't consider you to be African American.
No, I don't either. I'm Black American.
I
I'm
consider
referred to as
I
African
can
American. Yeah.
You're not an African American. I consider you to be an American with. Yeah, I consider you to be a Black American.
Well, the thing is, like, you can consider anything you want to, but according to my
Society should.
documents and my passport and everything that
So
asks me about my
your
race.
passport says African American.
No, it might say Black or African. I don't know, but if I was Asian, it would say Asian. If I was Indian, it would say Indian. Even if I had citizenship. So
Okay, so
just saying.
so so the color of my skin is that of Trump.
Okay.
So would you what race would you consider me to be?
If you were to look at
am I a
your,
Caucasian? Am I Caucasian?
well, you said you're half Native American and half Irish. If I'm gathering that correct, so I would say you're
Correct.
half Native American and half Irish American or European American. If
So
you're
the
if
thing that
you're
really
by your
confuses
documentation, you would say white.
the thing that really confuses me is you look at me and you're like, oh, you're white, so you're Caucasian. So what is Caucasian? So you look at Kamala. I'm
Kamala.
pronouncing the houses. No, I'm going to pronounce it how I'm
Let's
going to pronounce
pronounce
her
it how
name.
she pronounces
Kamala.
her own name. It's
I don't,
Kamala.
I don't care. I don't care how she wants
Well
to.
then
I'm
just
not
say that.
Nicole.
Just say that you don't care and you're just going to disrespect her. That's fine. Go ahead. Let's go
There's
ahead.
no disrespect.
That's 1,000%
Kamala.
disrespect to say
So
Kamala
she
when her
is.
name is to say Kamala
So
when her name
so
is Kamala.
right. What race is she?
She is half Indian and half Jamaican.
But what race is on her birth certificate?
Probably Black.
Absolutely not. Do you know what race is on her birth certificate?
What?
Do you want me to mind boggle you?
Go ahead, sure.
Her birth certificate, her race is Caucasian.
Interesting.
So do you realize that her skin tone and your skin tone are very similar?
Yes, but
And
you know
she
what? It
considers
doesn't.
herself
It
to
doesn't
be
say that.
Caucasian.
It doesn't say that. I've
Absolutely
seen
does.
her birth certificate.
Google.
And it
You
says
like
it says
Google? Go
mother,
ahead
it
and
says
Google.
mother Indian, it says father Jamaican. I've seen it.
No, it's her mother Caucasian, her father's Jamaican. Mother Caucasian, father Jamaican. Race Kamala, Caucasian Jamaican.
That says does say Caucasian. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
Color
so
or
Kamala.
race of
So
mother Caucasian.
when you look at Kamala, I'm not trying to do no gotchas. I really respect you. That's why I follow you. And we've had a conversation. It's been very respectable.
No, I've
it's
enjoyed
like
talking to you. It doesn't say
there's sometimes,
it doesn't say her race, but it
yeah,
does
but
say that
it's
her
like her
mother
mom.
is Caucasian. But it says her dad is Jamaican.
Okay, so you look at her mom. Look at the color of her skin. Her mama's skin is as dark as yours, hon.
Yeah, but she's
I don't
she's
mean no
Indian.
disrespect.
No, I'm just gonna guess that Indians and probably even Asians back in 1964 were probably all lumped into the Caucasian category. But that still doesn't make
I don't know.
her Caucasian because she's half Jamaican, half Caucasian, and she's viewed walking down the street as a Black woman.
No, absolutely not. So back when she ran for DA in California,
Mm-hmm.
she ran as a Indian American woman. When she was running for president back in 2000, when was it, 2020? She was running for president as an Indian American woman. And then she tried to
Okay,
pull
but
the I'm a
that
Black
doesn't.
woman card against Biden, and it
Okay,
failed. And
let's
then all of a sudden it's like, hey,
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
black. Let's, hey, black woman, vote for me because I'm black. I support you. You represent me. That's
Well,
ridiculous.
I read her book, and no, and she talks about growing up and how her mother taught her about her blackness and how she was raised as a black girl and a black woman. Um, no, she was absolutely viewed as and raised as a half black, half Indian girl who had really close ties to her roots. Like her mom was a civil rights leader.
Correct, but
Like they absolutely were involved in the black community. They lived in the black community. Um,
but
she,
but you look, but you go ahead and roll yourself back a little bit.
uh
You're
huh.
talking about her blackness.
Hmm.
One of the black ladies that she refers to was actually one of the slaves that they had. So you look at Browntown.
Okay.
Browntown, it was a slave organization in Jamaica that her family enslaved all these black people. Kamala Harris,
Kamala.
her parents were slave owners.
I
So if you
saw
support
zero
Kamala,
evidence
you
of
support
this.
slaves.
I saw zero evidence of this. Like I love free. Like let me Google that maybe because
Google, hun. I,
Kamala.
I I love talking to you because you Google stuff and you're like, holy shit, dude, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Google Browntown Kamala.
And the Irish slave.
What's her name? Candace Owens fucking did a whole documentary
I
exposing
I just see that she's
Kamala.
a descendant of an Irish slave owner.
Yeah.
I don't see
Let me
anything
ask you a
about
question.
her owning
Let,
slaves.
let me ask. Let me ask you a question. We've had 47 presidents. 2 presidents have run 2 terms. How many of our presidents were not descendants of slave owners?
What? How many of
We've
our
had
presidents were
46.
not descendants of slaves?
Okay, no. We've had 47 presidents
Uh huh.
ran on
Well,
consecutive terms.
okay, yeah, yeah.
5 presidents of the United States of America. Of those 45 men who have been president of America, how many of them have not been descendants or direct owners of slaves? Don't Google it.
Give me the answer because I think that will help me understand the question.
Okay, so President Trump is the only president who has not been a descendant or a direct owner of slaves.
Okay.
Kamala Harris, her family owned
Kamala.
slaves.
So,
Biden, his ancestors owned slaves. Obama, your Messiah Obama, his ancestors owned slaves.
okay,
President Trump,
I do
President
not
Trump,
view Obama as my messiah. I have no religious
President Trump,
affiliations to anyone.
President Trump is
Uh-huh.
the only president of these United States of America who is not a direct descendant of a slave owner.
Well, you
Google
realize that
that.
if Kamala Harris did become a president, which she didn't, so I don't know why she's counted in this, but if she did become president, then she would only have been a descendant of a slave owner because her slave owner ancestor graped her. It literally says here
Yeah,
that they graped her family member. So it's, if anything, it's just what you're saying is a testament to how awful white people are. Because Obama's
but
half
you sit
white.
there.
Where do you think that the slave owner came in his side of the
But
family?
Obama's half black.
Yeah, but you think the slave owner
Kamala's
was
half
on the
black.
black side of Obama's family or the white side of Obama's family?
I don't know Obama, but Kamala, her half black was her dad. Her dad's Jamaican.
Yeah, but you understand that
So,
The
okay,
Jamaica was a part of the slave trade.
okay,
And
so let me ask
so
you a question.
the
Let me ask
white
you a question.
ancestor who raped his Jamaican
Let
foremother or
me
whatever,
let me let me ask you a question. Obama's family owned slaves. Are you going to argue that?
his
That's
the
easy.
white side of his family, most
Okay.
white people
Okay.
can't say
So
that they didn't
so
grow from a family that did.
what's Obama? What is Obama, white or black?
He's mixed.
Okay, so have we had a black president?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Especially in
we've had a
America
black
because
president.
we have the two drop rule. Have you heard of that? Or the one drop rule, excuse me. Are you familiar with
Yeah, it's like
that?
8%. It's like
Yeah, but
8%.
in America, we operate from the one drop rule. If you have a drop of black ancestry, you're considered black.
8%.
So
8%.
so yeah.
I can't remember the guy's name, but there's actually a movie that Civil War movie. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but if Obama wants to consider himself black,
Obama is black.
but okay, is Obama white?
He's half white, but if you were to walk up the street and see
See,
Obama and not
see
know who
now
he was,
that don't make that
you
don't
would
make
see a
sense.
black man. Right?
See
Am I
now
right?
I'm looking at you. No, absolutely not. So
You
I'm
mean to
looking
tell
at
me that if
you,
you
and
just saw Obama and did not know who he was and nobody told you that he was mixed, that you
I
wouldn't
would
think he was
consider
just a
him a colored.
regular black man?
I would consider him colored.
What does that mean? That's a very antiquated term for black people to my knowledge. How are you
Okay,
saying
so
it?
okay. Let me look at you.
Okay.
No disrespect,
No, what's up?
but I'm going to say you're a colored woman.
How are you defining colored? Because to me, it's a kind of an offensive term, but I don't think you're saying it offensively. So how are you defining colored? And are you speaking? Because I think he cut out again. Oh, chef. I hope you call back, chef. I think it's just been me and you on this call for a while, but I'm very glad to have spoken with you. Let's see. Oh, Tracy, hi. Sorry I missed you. Uh, confirm it's possible it's all over. Oh, goodness. Thea, thanks so much for joining and for your sweet comments. Oh man, I've missed so many comments, including she certainly doesn't have a comb. I think you should leave the country if you don't like it. Get out of here. We don't need you. I think that's what she meant. Her Google machine is broken, that's for sure. She certainly doesn't have a comb. I don't. You think I can comb this hair? Are you serious? Let's see. And I'm going all the way back up to the how many holes do women have below the navel question. Oh my gosh, you guys, it is 2 o'clock in the morning. Let's see. I'm going to try to find some of you that I've missed comments from. So be sure to follow if you want to call in. I'm going to answer, but just to say my goodbyes because it's very late my way. Hi, is this Chef?
This is a liberal phone number I heard.
Yeah, how can I help you?
What is this supposed to be used for?
Oh, it's just a chance to have a discussion or chit chat about perhaps things that you feel strongly about or that you have a difference of opinion about, and just see if we can actually find some common ground. Is there something you see on my little list of topics that rubs you the wrong way, or that you think we might be on opposite ends of thinking about?
Uh, Climate.
Climate? So, what are your thoughts on climate?
Climate.
Climate? Well, I gotta say, I saw a TikTok recently. And well, first of all, how old are you?
Did
Because
you
I don't want to
climb
be.
it?
How old are you?
Why?
Oh no, I was gonna tell you something I saw recently, but I don't know if it applies.
Okay, I'm above the age.
You're making me chuckle. Um,
I'm
so
sorry.
are
I'm
you?
not trying to. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to.
No, it's okay. I think you're sweet. Did you? Would you identify more with like being a baby boomer or Gen Z or Gen
I'm 70
A?
years old. I'm way past that, my dear.
So what? What generation would you say you fall in?
Like X?
X. Okay, yeah. So you're maybe you can understand this by how your parents maybe vote or how they live or what their political beliefs are. But I saw a TikTok recently, um, so talking about climate, that basically said that like the baby boomer generation, like everybody who's in political office today, um, they make
Yeah.
decisions that are like all about me, what's best for me. They're not thinking about the future or what is better for
Here's the
your
one thing
kids.
though.
Say that one more time.
Little Caesars did not have cheesy stuffed crust.
Little
In the
Caesars did
Domino.
not have sex with that woman.
What?
I'm way
Ma'am.
I'm way older than you, I can tell. I'm sorry. Oh
Ma'am.
my gosh.
Why?
Well, look, I just thought it was funny because I agreed that boomers, they don't have a future thinking. They're the only generation that doesn't give a shit about making life better for their kids. Yeah, I agree. All right, well, I will talk to you later. Thanks for the call. Um, so yeah, I just thought that was kind of sad that yeah, boomers seem to not care about making the next generation better or making the world better for their children, whereas people like me, millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, we vote and make decisions based on the future and how it's going to affect the climate, and if it's going to be better for humanity as a whole in the long run. And that's something that I found to be true. I think that's a really valid call out from this again TikTok that I heard. But with that, I think I'm going to wrap it up for the evening. I think Chef is gone for good, so I do want to thank him so much for calling and for his time and thoughts. Um, I'm glad he's following, so hopefully we can chat again. I know, Chef, I see you. Yeah, thanks for the call, man. I'm about to hang it up myself. It's 2:15 a.m. and I have to take my baby to school tomorrow. So, um, yeah, I'm hoping you can join it at some other time. I'm on almost every night. I'm shooting for nightly, usually around 5 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to call in any other day, please do so. But man, what a great day. What a great call. I really do feel like I can call you a friend. I can call you someone who was very open to listening and had really wonderful things to say. So thank you for everything. And yeah, I love you very much. I love everybody. Thank you all for joining. And I hope you'll love one another. But with permission. Thanks, guys. You're a great person. Thank you, Chef.